Mic check. Mic check. There's an echo in the room. Mic check. Good. Mic check, mic check. If I could have it just a bit louder. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Yes. Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you to the sound team at the back. We're sounding good. Welcome to everybody who is here. We will be starting momentarily. We're just waiting for our invited guests to be ushered into the room, after which we will start our event this morning. My name is Luciana. I am the program director and moderator for today's event. You are very welcome to today's Pre-Moot conference, organized by Unwanted Witness, together with Daystar University, the Islamic University of Uganda, and the Hewlett Foundation. Just so you know, we will have a health break at some point, and there will be some refreshments served outside. We will let you know at that point when you can take your break. So we will ask that once the event starts, that we kindly remain seated until we do take our break or we reach the end. We will also have a session where we will ask questions to the panelists. So if at any point you have a question or comment that you would have answered by those who will be speaking, we will be giving you a chance to do that. A warm welcome also to our virtual audience. We know there will be people joining us virtually. We hope that we can also receive feedback, comments from those who are attending virtually. So we will be starting momentarily. When our guests do come in, we will stand for the singing of the national anthem and the East African anthem before we go to the preliminary part of our program. Again, we are very grateful to have you in the room, and we look forward to a fantastic event. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I have 3 volunteers.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere. But once you announce.
Check, mic check. Good morning. Welcome to those who are coming in. My name is Luciana. I will be running the program this morning. I am looking to a fantastic event. It seems the sun is coming out, and I'm hoping it's going to be a warm day. I hope everybody who is here is also looking forward to the event. We will be starting momentarily. We will give you direction as to the program. In case you are not familiar with the facilities, please look for the team that's dressed in white. They will direct you as to where you can refresh yourself if need be. We are hoping to finish our program by noon, all factors remaining constant. So we are looking to your participation to make that happen. So when we do take the health break, kindly, let's come back as scheduled, just so we maintain order during the day. We will also be asking that once the event starts, kindly let's minimize movement in the room, just so we don't distract the team that is on stage. Thank you to everybody who is here. We are looking forward to your engagement as well. We will have a Q&A session. Please do participate in the discussions during that. Thank you. Mic test, mic test, mic test, mic test. Is it good? Yeah. Good, thank you.
Mungu twaomba.
Mic check. Maybe we just bring the sound down a bit, just a notch. Mic check. Mic check. She makes a perfect cup of coffee in her copper coffee pot. A red long lorry rolled along the Limuru Road. She sells seashells at the seashore. She makes a perfect cup of coffee in her copper coffee pot. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Unwanted Witness Pre-Moot conference for the Unwanted Witness Privacy Moot Court competition happening at Daystar University City campus. We are starting our program this morning. And for us to officially start, I would like us to start with a word of prayer, and we will invite Pastor Felix Simoto, who will come forward to make a prayer for us.
Good morning, everyone. Praise the Lord. Shall I say welcome to Daystar? It's such a privilege and an honor to have you here. Daystar is a Christian institution, and so part of what we believe is great to do is to begin with a word of prayer. Let me say I feel as part and parcel of you this morning when you are leaving our house this morning. My wife is a lawyer, so I told her, have a good day. And she dressed up in a suit, and I told her, you look good. Look at me, but it's okay. It's good to be amongst you this morning. We make fun every evening when you go home, because I'm a pastor and she's a lawyer. So when you go to home, our stories is about law. But I tell her everything we do is by grace, but her, because of our office, is by law. But I pray that this morning, as we gather together, allow me to read a verse from the book of Proverbs, chapter 31, from verse 8 to 9. And this is what the word of the Lord says. Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and the needy. My prayer for us as we continue this conference, that three things will stand out for us. That the Lord will remind us to act justly, to love mercy, and all of us will walk humbly with God. So for the next week or so as we gather together, may the Lord equip us so that we can continue serving him in the different areas that he's called us. Shall we pray? Lord, we are so grateful for such opportunities that you gather us together, that for each and every one of us, you've called us for such specific roles, that when you created us and formed us, you had a particular reason for that. And this morning we gather together as people who practice law, either students or professionals. And we pray that this next few days or weeks, you will equip us, you will make us and mold us what you desire for us to be even as we go through this conference. We pray for the different moderators, we pray for the different workshops, everything that will happen, that Lord, may you guide us, and may everything work out for the good of your name, and may your name be glorified. So we thank you, we bless you, and we magnify your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. God bless and have a good day.
Thank you, Pastor Felix. I can see some guests are still arriving, but so that we can officially start the formal part of our program, I will kindly request that we all stand, and we will sing the national anthem and the East African anthem. They will also give a moment to our guests who are just coming in to take their seats.
Kazini, ila siku tuenda shukrani. Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
The Honorable Vice Chancellor, Daystar University, Professor Levan Ayiro. Professor Faith Nguru, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Student Affairs. Allow me to take that again. The Honorable Vice Chancellor, Daystar University, Professor Levan Ayiro. Professor Faith Nguru, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Student Affairs. Professor Muturi Wachira, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Finance, Admin and Planning. The Dean of the Law School, Dr. Maurice Ojwang. The President of the Law Society of Kenya, Ms. Faith Odhiambo, represented here by Manwa Hosea. The faculty of the School of Law, Daystar University. The students and faculty present from other universities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Unwanted Witness Privacy Moot Court Competition Pre-Moot Conference. The Unwanted Witness Privacy Moot Court Competition is an esteemed platform which was established in 2002 by Unwanted Witness. This year's theme of the competition is Safeguarding Electoral Integrity, Upholding Voter Privacy in Democratic Processes. The theme is appearing on the screen before you. Every year, this moot court competition, which has been organized since 2022, is preceded by a pre-moot conference. The pre-moot conference is an annual gathering which provides a critical platform which precedes the privacy moot court competition and is a precursor to the competition's preliminary rounds. The goal of the conference is to explore the thematic focus, and it brings together a diverse array of stakeholders, including experts in privacy and electoral law, mooters, representatives from electoral management bodies, political parties, civil society organizations, religious groups, digital rights media, human rights advocates, democracy advocates, technology ethics experts, and international organizations supporting democratic governance and digital rights initiatives. This year, we are hoping to explore the challenges and opportunities in balancing technological advancement with privacy laws and the enforcement of data protection regulations, in electoral systems. Our program this morning will be broadly divided into two. We will have opening remarks made, we will have a keynote address and a discussant responding to that keynote address, after which we will have a panel discussion to go deeper into this year's thematic area. But before we go into the substantive part of the discussion, we will have opening remarks made by the partners who have made this event possible. We will start with the hosts. Actually, we will start with International Commission of Jurists Kenya before we come to our hosts here. So I will invite ICJ to please come and make opening remarks. Thank you.
Good morning. Allow me to stand on the established protocols that have been established by Ms. Luciana Thuo, our moderator of the day. My name is Julie Wayo-Madheka. I am the program manager at ICJ Kenya. I lead the Democratic Governance and Rule of Law. ICJ Kenya is delighted to be part of this year's Pre-Moot conference as one of its partners for the Unwanted, sorry about that. ICJ Kenya is delighted to be part of this year's Pre-Moot conference as one of the partners for the competition. This event aligns with ICJ Kenya's mission, which is to protect human rights, democratic governance, justice, and the rule of law in Africa. This year's competition carries the profound theme, safeguarding electoral integrity, upholding voter privacy in democratic processes, this reflecting on the pressing need to prioritize voter privacy in democratic systems. ICJ Kenya acknowledges that elections are increasingly becoming technological driven in all aspects of the electoral cycle. Electoral technology, including digital solutions, collectively referred to as election tech, is already used in different phases of electoral cycle by electoral management bodies. In our case, IEBC. I see my good friend Ruth is here to represent IEBC. In various aspects, be it the political parties, electoral justice actors, media to surveil and also to report on what's happening. So ideally, we use technology in various aspects of an election. This particular year, Africa has had a very busy electoral calendar. We have had 19 countries going into an election cycle, be it a substantive election or a presidential election or a general election. As it stands, we currently have a few countries going into their election. We have Botswana, Namibia, Somaliland, Ghana, South Sudan, Guinea-Bissau, amongst many others. And many of these countries will deploy technology for one use or another. Kenya, where we are, has been aware, attuned, and is now comfortable with the conversation of election technology. In the run-up to the 2022 elections, Smartmatic International, the company awarded the tender to supply the technology being used in the 2022 election, became a household name. A few of its employees were also known because of some of the activities they participated in or did not. Therefore, Kenyans and Africans in general are now accepting technology as a very strong conduit in its election management system. Technology deployed in that case must be transparent, backed by legal and policy underpinnings and procedures to build and maintain trust so that integrity of the election can be upheld. A vacuum of this will breed misunderstanding of technology, compounded by political disinformation, as we have seen, and misinformation about what the technology can and cannot do. Electoral technology and its attendant dispute resolution mechanisms have mostly been explored as separate junctures in global discourse, and a critical intersection has been ignored. Increasingly, scholarly works, and ICJ actually attunes to this, have started leaning to the fact that the judiciary has become a key election entity because of its final arbiter nature, and also because it's the last line of defense in places where they have democracies that are being clawed back. I am therefore delighted to see the nexus of technology and elections playing out in this year's Moot, and we are delighted to partner with Unwanted Witness to do this Moot competition. We are grateful to the Daystar University for hosting us, and we hope that this is the beginning of further collaboration around these issues. And as ICJ, we commit to continuing our work on elections and also our work on development of research, products, and also information that can allow us to have a better footing for the next election. It would be remiss if I do not mention that as ICJ, we have developed various compendia from 2007, 2013, 2017, and just next week, we will be launching the compendium on the 2022 election compendium, which has been authored by a wonderful scholar in the room, Ms. Luciana Thuo. And this 900-page document will capture all the emerging themes of an election that happened, of the election that happened in 2022. So from political parties' disputes to IEBC disputes resolution mechanisms to the courts, all the way to the Supreme Court. So this will be also another opportunity for us to collate information and hopefully better 2027. For that, we are grateful to the academics who did this labor of love, and we hope that institutions such as DESTA will take it up and continue working around this issue. I think one thing that we talk about often as ICJ Kenya is we need more and more experts in aspects of judiciary, in aspects of elections, in aspects of constitutionalism, and I think this is one of the insights, or rather one of the opportunities for students, young students, to start honing these skills. The law profession is not all about going to the courts on litigation on commercial matters. These human rights constitutional issues are just as important. So this is an opportunity to breed such talent in the school. So allow me to thank our keynote speaker who will be presenting, our discussant, Mr. Dudley Ochel, who's on the way, the discussants on the panel who will be here today, the judges for the various days of the moot, the panelists for today's meeting, our moderator, and all of you here for being here as we usher this day and officially begin the Pre-Moot and Moot conference. I wish you all fruitful deliberations, and may the best Moot team win, whoever you may be.
Thank you to Julie, one of our partners for this event. So the Unwanted Privacy Moot Court Competition is organized in collaboration with Daystar University, Hewlett Foundation, AF Mpanga, and Islamic University in Uganda. And so we will now receive introductory remarks and welcome remarks from the team that is hosting us here at Daystar University. To lead us in that part of the program, I will invite Dr. Maurice O'War, who is the Dean of the School of Law, who will then invite Professor Faith Nguru, the DVC Academic Research and Student Affairs, who will invite the Vice Chancellor. Dr. Maurice.
VC Professor Laban Peter Iro, our DVC ARSA, I think she should be joining us anytime now, Professor Faith Nguru, our principal, Professor Michael Bowen, guests from the various institutions and organizations. We have ICJ, we have the Office of Data Protection, we have our colleagues, Unwanted Witness, we have various speakers on matters governance, all protocols observed. Good morning and shalom. It is a privilege for Daystar School of Law and Daystar University to partner with Unwanted Witness organizers for this moot court competition. This is the first edition of Unwanted Witness moot court competition outside the borders of Uganda. So therefore, it is a privilege for Daystar to be the first university outside Uganda to host the Unwanted Witness Moot Court competition. We do not take that for granted. This partnership is based on a memorandum of understanding between Unwanted Witness and Daystar University. So therefore, it is founded on instruments which are binding. This competition is important in many ways. Moot competitions do not only develop the skills, the oratory skills of students, it also does develop their research skills. It also does ensure that students are able to very early develop litigation skills. So therefore, this moot court competition will go a long way in assisting our students, equip themselves with all these skills as they go through this legal training. I would also wish to state that moot court competitions also does ensure that students very early develop interests in legal areas other than what ordinarily is offered in their institutions. For example, the current moot competition revolves around data protection. You are aware that many universities do not have data protection as a course, and therefore moots do expose students to areas which ordinarily they would not have opportunities to engage in, considering the limited, the limitations of curricula. I would also wish to state that this moot court competition will also ensure that our students, compete with students from other institutions and therefore, gauge themselves in terms of preparedness. We are aware that there are a number of law schools from Kenya which will be competing and others from Uganda. And therefore, we see this as an opportunity for our students, not only in terms of developing these skills, but also being able to measure themselves and gauge themselves among other law schools. Allow me to also share that Daystar University School of Law is a young school of law, but it is a school of law which has ambitions. And the School of Law at Daystar already is beginning to establish itself in the area of mooting. And this tradition is already becoming grounded, and this is evidenced by our recent outing at the All Africa Moot Court competitions in Kigali. Daystar Moot Court competition team was able to, was ranked 4th out of 54 teams in Africa. So therefore, that already is an indication that we are beginning to develop this tradition of mooting. And mooting is a good tradition to develop because it is also a way of ensuring that students are not just grounded on theory, but increasingly they become grounded on practice. And you would want to also appreciate that at Daystar we have a a mode of learning which and problem-based learning is a response it is a response to the need to have students who are able to, who are able to develop skills, who are able to develop practice skills, who are able to, fit into industry without, having a lot of, training. So therefore, mooting is an activity which Daystar University School of Law takes seriously. And you may also want to appreciate that in our assessment, in our method of assessment, we also have moot court sessions in our cuts. We have 4 continuous assessment cuts, and among them is moot court sessions. And this is one way of ensuring that the problem-based learning is not just theory, but it is practical. I would also want to share with you that Daystar University is ambitious, and it is ambitious in the sense that we do not just want to have another school of law. We would wish to have a school of law which is distinct, and the distinction would be that we would have students who are not only grounded in theory and practice, but also students who are grounded in Christian values. As you're aware, this is a Christian based institution, and therefore we pride ourselves in producing students who are not only grounded in the various areas of specializations, but students who also come with certain values and certain virtues which are which are increasingly not felt in society, and therefore, that would be a value addition. The School of Law, for your information, is also in the process of establishing an LLM program, and we hope that this LLM program will be up and running in January next year. So therefore, those who are interested in furthering their education in the area of law, and specifically our areas of specialization will include intellectual property law, medical law and ethics. We will also have arbitration and media and communication law. So those are areas of specialization, so that is for your information. Those who may wish to further their studies, that is an opportunity. That is an opportunity. With those many remarks, I would wish to take this opportunity to invite, in the absence of DVC academics, I will request Professor Bowen. Oh, it's okay. I will then request the Vice Chancellor. Could we give him a round of applause? Karibu DC.
Invited guests, and representatives of ICJ, the Law Society of Kenya, and other experts entities that are present here today, visiting faculty and students from different countries. The faculty and the students of Daystar University, I would like to express my delight of starting off this very important interaction and that it is taking place in our university. So kwa Kiswahili tunasema nyote mnakaribishwa sana katika chuo kikuu. I've been very anxious about this activity, and I'm glad that it has taken off. Because moot court competitions, such as the Unwanted Witness Moot Court competition at Daystar, is significant and of strategic value for my law students. And I want to submit that we have deliberately put the School of Law on the path that will definitely make it great, only if but we engage ourselves in activities such as this one. I was looking up as I assembled my thoughts for this morning, just to learn what is the significance of these moot court competitions. I think my dean has mentioned there is the practical experience that is provided to the students as they look up theoretical knowledge, and also it helps them develop essential skills such as legal research, writing briefs, and of course oral advocacy, which are very, very critical to the legal career. In my best of minds, I know that if you engage in moot courts like this, you will enhance your critical thinking and analytical skills, and that is what is expected of lawyers. You are supposed to be critical thinkers and have an analytical mind. So this is a platform for you to be able to enhance those skills. I'm sure we all know if you're going to stand or if you're going to sit here, you'll be working on public speaking and communication skills. And I keep imploring and I keep asking my faculty and students to really be what I want them to be. And I don't know whether this has been lost, but when we were in school, going for law was one of the highest dreams of any student. And so, because of that high expectation, the law students or the students who are studying to go for law actually package themselves at a very early age to be men and women who will lead as examples. And sometimes I look around and I wonder whether that value is being inculcated in these students. Some of them, and I could be wrong, some of them don't really capture the magnitude of the undertaking of wanting to become a lawyer. And you know, when you don't have that, then you cannot package yourself appropriately. And I'm hoping that this moot court preparation, this pre and then the moot court itself, will begin to sensitize you to who you are. Who you are. I'm also hoping that you will enhance your networking opportunities, teamwork and collaboration. You can't win alone, you must win as a team. But for me, the most important thing, I'm hoping that this moot court will allow you to instill, will allow this whole phenomenon to instill in you a sense of professionalism. And the law students in Daystar, less. And I have set those standards. Today at the main campus we are putting up, that will be one of the most advanced law schools in the country. And I do that because of the desire I would like to see of the lawyers being developed in this institution. So that sense of professionalism, just the way you dress, should tell me every day you're looking up in the heavens and telling God, please make me that lawyer you want me to be. But also very important, and I've said this, many people are asking, have told me, Prof, how come you have chosen to invest so much in the School of Law with the project that is coming up at main campus? I know for sure myself that a university worth its salt must have a very strong School of Law. And we will be not completely fulfilled if we don't have a strong School of Law. Why? Because a strong School of Law will enhance the reputation of Daystar. Successful moot court teams will obviously build our reputation like you did in Rwanda, and recognition of such competitions will attract prospective students and faculty, as well as increase our prestige as an institution. That's why we look forward to the young men and women who are here to demonstrate something, even when you stand, and I hope I'll get some minutes to sit in and see. Even when you stand, I must in my mind be seeing that lawyer of the future. Lakini mukifanya uzembe and not even cognizant of what to do law, I think Daystar will be the poorer, and Kenya and Africa and the world will not stand strong. I'm hoping that as I finish this exposure, this moot court gives you exposure to various legal issues, and that the unique legal questions that will come up, and many other rights of parties in legal proceedings that you will explore as an emerging legal mind, so that you truly exploit exposure to the various legal issues that will come out of this process. And I'm hoping that my dean, Dr. War, I'm hoping that this is just a preparation for future competitions. I have been very frustrated as the Vice Chancellor here, trying to pull through an international participation by Daystar in moot court. All the time it comes a week or 2 weeks before the competition. Last time we were desperately trying to get passports and visas. Please exploit the fact that the Vice Chancellor desires or is desirous of a law school that will shine, will flourish, and in the process enhance the kingdom of God, because that is what Daystar is all about. I have asked the dean I would like to be meeting monthly with my School of Law students so that I can charge them to become what I know you should become. When I was in Moi as an acting vice chancellor, those of you who have friends in Moi, they'll tell you, we had a very big law school. But because we were not able to meet the requirements, that law school just came down overnight. But so when I came in as an acting VC, we tried to build it up again. And I invited many people. And my law students became so convicted that we can do it. And that's how we managed to complete that moot court at Annex in Moi University and have some of the very bright minds. In fact, one of my lecturers here was my student in Moi, and when he came from South Africa after studies, I said, "You will not ask." He didn't apply for a job. I told him the job is for you to take. Can we have strong-minded students? That's what I'm looking for. So I would like the law students here to have a very strong mind. And how do you develop a strong mind? It means you've got to punish yourself by reading constantly, not on your phone, and downloading things, all kinds of things. Those are not lawyers of tomorrow. And God will resist you, by the way. If you are not putting in the required energy, God will resist you. You'll come out as an ordinary lawyer, and then you'll be shuttling between one law court or another without any prominence around you. So I want you to punish yourself, strong mind, but I want you to also have a soft heart. The legal profession, I think this aspect of a soft heart, we must work on it deliberately. At Daystar, we are trying to do that so that you are empathic, so that you care, so that you can relate with other people. And finally, my law students and the visiting experts and even the students from Uganda, if they're here, I want you to live on this earth with busy hands. Busy hands. You are always busy because you have a strong mind and you have a soft heart. So overall, I'm delighted to have this conference here. When I was doing my A-levels, I dreamt, when I was in O-levels, I wanted to be a lawyer. And then when I went for A-levels, I went for sciences. Wanted to be a doctor, but God wanted you to be a teacher, and you'll become a great teacher. So, again, I'm talking about careers. So may you all become great lawyers through such interactions. But, my law students, you must be my anchoring school. Yeah. I don't know what I'm saying, but you must be the anchoring school. Thank you very much. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, Professor Ayirof and Dean Ojwang, for your remarks this morning. It's interesting that the Vice Chancellor has spoken about young people and their commitment to the legal practice. I have been in the teaching space for about 9 years. And just to echo what Professor says, I think the challenge is not that people don't want to be lawyers. I think the challenge is that people don't know where they should find themselves in the legal profession. A wise person once said that where there is no vision, people cast off restraint. The beauty about competitions like this one is that they offer a chance to go deeper into one area of the law. In this case, we're dealing with data protection and digital rights. And so if this is the area where you find your place, then you could, like my colleague and senior, Dr. Mugambi Laibuta, make a living out of it and specialize in it. And so we are very grateful that we have a chance to have moot court competitions like this one, so that we expose students to issues that they can delve into deeper and therefore find a footing in the legal space. So before we go into the keynote address, we will have a presentation on the 2024 moot court competition. But before we hear from the moot court coordinator, we would like to do a highlight video of last year's moot court competition. So if we could receive the highlight video from last year's moot court competition, then we hear from the coordinator. Thank you. We will now receive a brief on the 2024 competition.
Thank you, Luciana. Luciana, I and Luciana go way back. 10 years ago, we sat in the same class. So it is good to see you again. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the protocol that has been established. And on behalf of the Secretariat of the Moot Court Competition, I wish to welcome you once again and thank you for taking off time to be at this Pre-Moot conference as we kick off the Privacy Moot Court Competition. The Privacy Moot Court Competition is organized by Unwanted Witness, which is a digital rights civil society organization working at the intersections of law, technology, and human rights. One of the core areas is data protection and privacy, and we've been at the forefront of advocating for the right to privacy for over 12 years now. This we do through many ways, including research, policy advocacy, awareness, campaigns, and building core capacities. Ladies and gentlemen, the Unwanted Witness Privacy Moot Court Competition is one of the ways we raise awareness, advocate for policy reforms, and strengthen capacities. This moot court competition has been in existence for now 3 years, and each year a thematic area or a topical issue impacting on the lives of people is identified. And in the first moot, the theme was online transport apps, And in the second moot, we had the students and the conference address their minds on balancing privacy rights and national security, navigating the impact of surveillance laws on individual freedoms. And this year, as earlier on intimated by Luciana, the theme is safeguarding electoral integrity, upholding voter privacy in democratic processes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's against these themes that are identified that we as Unwanted Witness organize the Moot Court competition, which is an annual event. And usually this we do with partners every year. And this year we have a number of partners that we've been working with and we continue to work with until we end the competition. And we are happy that Desta University is hosting this competition, as well as the Islamic University in Uganda, AF Mpanga, and ICJ. So we are really privileged and honored to be working along to ensure that this competition is a success. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's theme is informed by several issues or events, including in the region and including the introduction of biometric technology in electoral processes, cases that have arisen, like the Cambridge Analytica, recent elections in Kenya, and other countries that have had their share of the surge on use of biometrics in their electoral processes. Ladies and gentlemen, why are we here? Practices to ensure democratic processes. With these few words from my end, I want to wish our mooting teams from the different universities that managed to qualify all the best, and we hope to see our mooting teams express insightful and engaging debates during the Moot competition that starts tomorrow with preliminary rounds. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you to Frida, representing Unwanted Witness, telling us about the 2024 competition. We will now go into the substantive part of our program, and as I said, we will take a break between this section and the next, but I want us to go now into the keynote address. As I said in the beginning, we are here to explore the challenges that have been brought about by introduction of technologies into the electoral space and how we strike the balance between the use of technology and voter privacy. How do we safeguard electoral integrity in democratic processes? By the end of today, we are hoping to have had a chance to understand what is the interplay between electoral integrity and voter privacy, particularly in democratic processes. Frida has spoken about the uptake in the use of biometric voter registration and identification. And this is something that is going to keep growing as we adopt these technologies. What are some of the key privacy challenges in the electoral process, including data protection laws and their enforcement in the electoral context? In the room, we have representatives also from the electoral management body. It will be good to hear what are some of the challenges in terms of enforcing data protection, even as we use things like biometric voter registration. What are the practical solutions and policy recommendations we can take up for safeguarding voter privacy while also ensuring credibility of elections? We will have experts telling us about that in the panel discussion. And finally, we will have an engagement with participants on what role do they see privacy playing in the electoral process, and how do we mitigate the risks which are posed by emerging technologies in elections. Before we go into the panel discussion, allow me to bring on board Mr. Manuel Hosea, who is a council member representing Ms. Faith Odhiambo, who is the president of the Law Society. He will make the keynote address on her behalf. Welcome.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, good morning. My duty is very simple. I was instructed to deliver the keynote speech of the President of the Law Society of Kenya. She was not able to make it to this serious event. I will go straight to his sentiments, then I'll be able to make remarks at the end. Allow me to begin with a quote from the American writer and philosopher Aldous Huxley, who once said, "Technological progress has merely provided us with more efficient means for going backwards." These words, written decades ago, resonate now more than ever as we navigate the promises and pitfalls of technology in our electoral processes. Imagine for a moment an ancient Greek agora, the bustling heart of democracy, where citizens openly debated, voted, and made decisions about their society's future. In that open space, the process was clear and visible. Everyone could see and understand how their choices shape their community. Today, our modern elections often feel like a far cry from that agora. Transparency is obscured by algorithms, and decisions are buried within lines of code. We are at a crossroads where the pursuit of progress threatens to take us backward if we are not vigilant. The choices we make now about how we integrate technology into our elections will determine not just the efficiency of the process, but the integrity of the democracy itself. We gather today at this Pre-Moot conference to discuss a topic that is as essential as it's timely: safeguarding electoral integrity and upholding voter privacy in our democratic processes. As the great American humorist Mark Twain once said, "If voting made any difference, they wouldn't let us do it." Well, let us ensure that we do vote, our choices and personal data remain as private as they should be. We live in an age where technology promises to transform our elections, faster counts, fewer errors, and perhaps one day an election free of politician wouldn't be something to be proud of. But on a serious note, while technology in elections promises efficiency and transparency, it also opens the door to significant privacy concerns. The question is, can we have the benefits without inviting Big Brother to watch over our shoulders? The dilemma we face is simple, but profound. How do we impress these advancements without turning the voters into unwitting participants in a data mining experiment? Elections should be about ballot boxes, not black boxes, biometric data, facial recognition, and digital voter rolls. These tools sound futuristic, and indeed, they hold the potential to revolutionize how we conduct elections. But let's not forget that every time we collect a fingerprint, scan an iris, or record a face, we are handling the most sensitive information a person owns and their identity. In the wrong hands, this data can be used to manipulate, discriminate, or even disenfranchise voters. It is like Giving someone a sharp knife in the hands of a chef, it can create a masterpiece, but in the wrong hands, it can cause untold harm. Likewise, technology in elections is dual-edged sword. It can enhance security, making it nearly impossible for the dead voters who seem to come back to life every election cycle to cast ballots. But it can also be used to surveil and profile citizens, turning the act of voting, a fundamental democratic right, into a risky venture where one's political choices could be exposed or exploited. Consider the growing use of artificial intelligence and machine learning in predicting voter behavior. While these technologies can help tailor campaign message, they can also be misused to manipulate public opinions or target specific groups with disinformation. A click here, a like there, and suddenly algorithms know more about a voter's preferences than their closest friends, and certainly more than most political parties do when drafting manifestos. The fine line between innovation and intrusion is where our challenges lies. We must ask ourselves, is it acceptable for election management bodies to collect vast amounts of personal data under the guise of electoral efficiency? Do voters truly understand how their data will be used, stored, or potentially shared? And perhaps, most critically, do we have the legal and technical safeguards in place to prevent abuse? The reality is that many jurisdictions, including ours, are still playing catch-up when it comes to regulating digital landscape. Data protection laws are often fragmented and enforced and riddled with loopholes that clever actors can exploit. And in the absence of strong enforceable protection, voter data becomes a low-hanging fruit for bad actors, whether they are cyber criminals, foreign states within geopolitical interests, or even domestic players with a hunger for power. It is said that with great power comes a great responsibility. As stewards of the electoral process, it is incumbent upon us, whether we are lawyers, election officials, or privacy advocates, to be the guardians of the digital ballot. We must work tirelessly to ensure that technology serves as a tool for empowerment rather than oppression. Our electoral systems should inspire confidence, not fear, and our use of technology must be transparent, accountable, and above all, ethical. The promise of the technology in elections is dazzling, but it's not without its pitfalls. We must strive to harness these innovations while vigilantly protecting the privacy of every voter. After all, an election that compromises privacy is not just a flawed process, it's a fundamental breach of trust in democracy itself. So let's keep pushing for laws and practices that promote our most sacred civic act as voters in the future. Privacy is not just a constitutional right, it is the sacred source of democracy. It's the sacred source of democracy. Think about it without privacy. Every vote is just another data point for algorithms, political ads, and unsolicited SMS campaigns. You know the kind that politicians send you every time an election cycle comes into place. A breach in voter privacy doesn't just betray personal data, it betrays trust in our democratic institutions. Our theme today is not just a catchy conference title, it's a call to action. We are here to ensure the privacy remains a core tenet of our elections, not an afterthought, because without privacy, we can really say our elections are free. Can we really say our elections are free and fair? Are they simply free for all in terms of access to personal data? Lawyers in the House know that laws are a bit like sausages. You don't want to see how they are made, but we can't afford to be squeamish about crafting robust regulations that keep pace with technological advancements. Our task is to write laws that close the gap without closing the door on innovation. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, laws without enforcement are just good advice. And we know how well most people take advice. But beyond the laws, ethics play an equally critical role. Just because we can do something without technology does not mean we should do it. It's like being able to add your relatives to a WhatsApp group. Chat, technically possible, but ethically questionable. Election bodies must prioritize privacy in their operations, and political parties must use data ethically, or at least with the same discretion they show when drafting campaign promises. Civil societies must remain vigilant. As lawyers, we must advise for policies that protect, not exploit the voters. How do moot courts shape the next generation of privacy advocates? Moot courts are the gladiator arenas of the legal world, a place where young minds test their mettle without the actual life and death consequences. They offer an invaluable opportunity to explore the complexities of privacy law in digital age. I encourage all participants to be bold, be creative, and most importantly, be ready to argue as if your client's future, or at least their Wi-Fi password, depends on it. Remember, the courtroom is one of the few places where talking back is not only allowed but expected. Let these moot courts be your practice grounds, because in real life, you won't get the chance to shout objection. At a data breach happening in real time, but beyond the dramatics of courtroom objections and rebuttals, this experience instills a deeper understanding of law's role in society. They teach you how to think critically, anticipate counter-arguments, and navigate the gray areas where privacy and public interest collide. Most moot courts also provide a platform to engage with emerging legal issues before they even reach the courts. Privacy law is rapidly evolving, is a rapidly evolving field shaped by technological advancements, shifting societal norms, and international development. By tackling these issues in a moot court setting, you are just not learning the law, you are actively participating in the development of the law. You are engaging with questions that legal practitioners and policymakers are grappling with today. How do we protect privacy in an age of ubiquitous surveillance? What are the limits of consent in data protection? How do we balance national security with individual rights? Moreover, more courts foster a collaborative spirit, teaching you the value of teamwork, research, and strategy. While the competition may seem fierce, remember that the best advocates are those who can work with others and craft compelling arguments and build a comprehensive case. After all, the real world law is rarely practiced in isolation. It's about collaboration, negotiation, and finding common ground amidst differing viewpoints. So as you step into the simulated courtrooms, take pride in the role you're playing. You are not just students, you are the next generation of privacy advocates. The arguments you craft today could be the precedents that shape tomorrow. And who knows, the strategies you develop in this moot court might one day be used to protect the privacy rights of millions, or to keep a nosy neighbor from hacking into someone's smart fridge. In the end, moot courts are more than just an academic exercise. They are a training ground for the legal challenges of the future. They are where one learns a world of experience and think beyond their feet and to advocate for justice in the world where lines between public, private, legal, and illegal are increasingly blurred. So embrace the opportunity with enthusiasm and a sense of purpose. The future of privacy advocacy starts here in the Moot courtrooms with you. In closing, let's remember privacy and democracy are like tea and chapati. They are best served together. It's our shared responsibility to ensure that our electoral processes respect voter privacy and maintain public trust. Let us engage today with the curiosity of young lawyers, the tenacity of a seasoned advocate, and maybe just a touch of skepticism of a voter, wondering why they keep getting text blasts from political candidates they have never heard of. I look forward to our discussions and the insights that will emerge from this vibrant exchange of ideas. Together, we can ensure that our electoral systems protect voter privacy without sacrificing the promise of technological progress. May today's debates be spirited, enlightened, and if we are lucky, a little less predictable than the average election campaign promises. Tumetenga mabilioni. Signed by the President of the Law Society of Kenya, Faith Moni Odhiambo. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Hosea, for that presentation on behalf. Have raised fantastic points in your paper, some of which I will rehash even as we set the stage for our discussant. Questions around the dangers which surround biometric voter registration, questions of misinformation and disinformation to arriving at And I'm sure all of us have had an experience where we have received unwanted campaign communication directly to your phone or to your social media platforms, and you wonder, how did they get your information? You've asked questions around, do voters know how their data will be used, stored, and shared? And I'm glad that our discussant here was part of the litigation against WorldCoin last year. And questions were asked about how the biometric data that was being collected from willing Kenyans was going to be stored and shared after being collected willingly from unwitting Kenyans. Are there safeguards to prevent abuse? How do we guarantee that the use of technology is transparent, accountable, verifiable, which is what our Constitution demands? What are the limits in giving consent in data protection? And so I'm grateful that we'll have a chance to also have a panel discussion where the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner will also give us insights as to what they've been doing to raise data protection in Kenya. But allow me now to bring on board Mr. Dudley Ochieng, who is present. He is the ICJ Kenya Jurist of the Year 2023. He was also a Nairobi Legal Awards top 3 litigators of, one of Nairobi Legal Awards top 3 litigators of 2023. This is a man with more than 10 years experience in litigation, legal research, and appellate advocacy. And as I said, he was involved in the litigation against WorldCoin last year, and I'm sure he will give us perspectives from that litigation. Mr. Dudley Ochieng, your thoughts on the keynote. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy, and thank you, Mano, for that paper, because it speaks about some of the issues I'd also noted to discuss. Now, in 2022, there was a huge campaign by Kenyans against the kind of messages they had received on their phones. It ended up in a court case. Unfortunately, that court case is still pending. Ruth Ogola and others versus the Register of Political Parties. And the questions they ask is how they had been registered to political parties without their consent. But that's not the first time this is happening. If you check Facebook and you look for shameless political parties, you'll find a group formed in 2012. I was in that group at some point. Why? Because I'd been registered to a party called Mkenya Solidarity Movement, and I felt that that was shameless. Why was it shameless? It was shameless because the owner of that party is a gentleman called Maina Njenga. Who is Maina Njenga? Maina Njenga is a former leader of Mungiki. And what's Mungiki? Mungiki is a Kenyan gang, right? So Maina Njenga is the owner of Mungiki. I am a member of Maina Njenga's party, Mkenya Solidarity Movement. And that time, I was supporting someone else called Raila Odinga. So you know you're a supporter of Raila Odinga then. Now I am not. But you're registered to Mkenya Solidarity Movement. I mean, it's indignifying. It's invasive. How did they get my data? Where was I asked to register? Even if I was asked, the last party I would register to is a party called Kenya Solidarity Movement, whose founder is Maina Njenga. In 2017, Cambridge Analytica comes in, and we now have targeted advertisements, propaganda videos going around, disinformation campaign, and people are also receiving these texts. They do not know where the data is coming from. They suspect it's coming from the IEBC, and Strathmore University conduct a research, and they kind of conclude that only IEBC had the kind of information that was coming out in these text messages. Now, more to add to that context is the issue of Huduma number and Maisha number. Government begins collecting biometric data and says that we are creating a register that will be the source of all truth about you. It has your biometric data, it has your name, it has your personal information. By someone looking at it, they'll tell everything about you. It consolidates all your data. And the court stops that because there was no data protection impact assessment undertaken before that process began. They have now brought something called Maisha number, which is built on the foundation of Huduma number. Same issues around it, but the court initially gave an order stopping it and has now allowed it. The objective of Maisha number and Huduma number before it is towards consolidating everything. And there are talks that these would now form part of the electoral process. So you might no longer need, for example, to register separately as a voter. You do not need all these other data, all these other databases. And the WorldCoin utility has been mentioned. Initially, the government stopped WorldCoin and forbade it from proceeding. WorldCoin was some company, Tools for Humanity, that came and was collecting biometric data. They scan your iris for about 50 USD in tokens. Is involved, Parliament conducts some investigation, the security. At some point, the president visits the US and meets the founder of WorldCoin. And now, we've been receiving because the government has no issue with WorldCoin, and the case is the only thing stopping WorldCoin from coming back to investigate. Fortunately for us, our clients, the Law Society of Kenya, do not easily settle cases. So the case is still in court and is coming back sometimes in September. But someone can almost see why the government would be interested in WorldCoin, because WorldCoin is working majorly in biometrics, and the government is trying to create this biometric system, Maisha number, Huduma number. And so they can see a way in which WorldCoin can help them. Now, what does all of that have to do with elections? And what is the balance between the competing need for privacy and the declaration that our electoral system must be open, must be accessible, it must be verifiable and transparent. To meet those objectives, Kenyan law allows a biometric voter register. All your 10 fingerprints are taken and they go in there, but it could also have other biometric data. And at the same time, in Kenya, like in other countries, every person has the right to advocate for a political cause or party. You have the right to seek support for your political party. But on the other hand, you have the right to data integrity, right to privacy. And every person has the right not to have their personal information unnecessarily disclosed. Remember, the voter register is a public document. It has biometric data in it. And the electoral system requires that that register must be accessible in one form or another. The information in it must be verifiable. It must be transparent. That has the idea of a third party trying to look and see how was this election conducted, is it transparent, is it verifiable? So they would have to interact with their data. At the same time, people have the right to access the data, the register. You pay some money and it's given to you. So the questions that arise are, how do you balance that right to privacy against the right, the obligation to have an electoral system that's open to questions, open to audit, that's verifiable, that's transparent, that's accessible to the public? And we've had these huge battles in court about accessing the voter register. Issues, sometimes the answers are ridiculous, I would say. Like there's a time a friend of mine, a senior counsel, told the court that, they're sleeping in France. France, I think, is 1 or 2 hours, if at most is 3 hours away from us. And that was 3 p.m. Kenyan time. So they couldn't have been sleeping in France. It was saying they're sleeping in France because the technology company is based in France. So the court cannot have access to the database because the providers who are in France are sleeping. But that time differs. I don't think they were sleeping. They're just issues. And the other time the answer was, the people who own this software that we use have not given us their intellectual property rights, so we can't give the court access. But really, those are just some of the concerns that arise. And could allowing people to opt out, for example, be the answer to the questions that arise? Political parties can send you a message, but you have an option to opt out. So they are allowed to canvass, send a message, but then if you do not want, then you opt out. And that also being a way of giving or withdrawing your consent. They allow you, for example, to have an option. Okay, yes, would you like to receive more messages? And you respond and say yes, or you say no. Is the provision of redacted registers the answer? But then how much can you tell from a redacted register? I once represented some organization that sought for a register, and it was given to them in PDF form with a lot of information missing. But the amount, whatever they were given, they could still pick out some issues. And we're wondering what's in the rest of the register that has been concealed to us. So those are some of the issues that arise. Do we need guidelines that now marry the Data Protection Act to the Electoral Code and the Elections Act and Article 81 of the Constitution? And the answers to some of those questions, the solution to some of those issues, lies in the presentations that we're going to hear from you as the moot court progresses. Thank you so much for your attention. I am grateful and honored by the opportunity to speak to those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Dudley, for your response to the earlier presentation. You've raised fantastic questions around how do we balance political rights with Article 35 right. On the one hand, you have a right to be a member of a political party, advocate for a cause. How do we protect your right to privacy even as you're doing your political work? You've also asked a fantastic question around how do we balance the right to access information with the right to safeguard information that of the data that is collected from voters. But thirdly, also when you have an electoral system which is required to be accurate, transparent, verifiable, how do you ensure those things without compromising the data that is collected in the electoral process? And as you said, we do have representation from the Office of the Data Protection Commission, and so we will get to hear what guidelines, if at all, they have developed from the WorldCoin case. I believe that's one of the directives they got from the court. We will get to hear from the electoral management body, the IEBC, what are they doing to safeguard data? Because as Dudley pointed out, one of the questions that has been raised is what does IEBC do with our data when they collect it? You've also raised a question around the opting out, and I believe that was part of what was integrated into the Integrated Political Parties Management System, the IPPMS, which was developed by the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, that if you don't want to be in a political party, if you are registered by somebody else, you have the chance to go onto the portal and opt out. Is that a sufficient safeguard? We will get to hear from the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. So as promised, we will have a health break, and then we will come and do the panel discussion. But before we go into the health break, I'd like us to have a brief photo session with our guests before they leave. And allow me to acknowledge the presence of Commissioner Lilian Mahiri Zaja. I have seen she has joined us. Karibu sana, Commissioner. So I will kindly request our guests to kindly come to the front. We would like to take a group photo with you, and then we will usher you into our health break, after which we will come back for a panel discussion. So if we could have the team assist us to bring some seats to the front. We will have the team that's seated here. Our discussant, our keynote speaker will come in for the photo, and then we will take our health break. I will kindly request the Vice Chancellor to come to the front, the Dean of the school, Commissioner Mahiri Zaja, kindly. I'll also ask Mr. Hosea Manwa to kindly come to the front. Mr. Dudley, kindly come to the front. Frida, please join us at the front as well. And any other members of the panel who are present, please also join us at the front. Mr. Ogada, Mr. Thuku, Julie from ICJ, I've also seen representation from IEBC and the ORPP. Please join us at the front. We may not have another chance to do this. I don't know whether Oscar is here as well. Any panelists who are present, please do come in. Some people can come and stand behind those who are seated for balance. So IEBC, ORPP, please do come to the front. Any other partners who are present, please also do come to the front. Thank you so much. Oscar, yes, karibu sana. Some people can go to the other side just for balance. Media team, are you okay? All right. Thank you, media team. Thank you to our guests as well. So by my time, it is 11:25. I'm kindly requesting that we only take a 15-minute health break. We'll be back for the panel at 11:40. Tea is served outside. There's a team that will usher you to the tea area. Please, let's be back by 11:40 for the next session. Thank you very much. Tea is served on my right, so please, for the guests who are at the front, please stand to the right. Tea is served right outside. Thank you. Thank you very much.
check 1 2. Check mic 1 2 1 2. Check mic 1 2. Mic testing 1 2. Sawa. Sawa, nirudishe.
mics.
Mic check.
Unaiogopa ogopa?
Mic test. Mic test.
Na umeniekea pink. Umeniekea pink bana. Pink for man.
I thought I had my power back. I don't see it. No wonder my bag was feeling light. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our final session. This is a panel discussion that we promised. Indicated on the program is that we have a panel discussion happening now. And the goal of this panel, as we said earlier, is we're trying to find out what the interplay is between electoral integrity and voter privacy in democratic processes, and particularly for emerging digital democracies. We are also trying to examine what the key privacy challenges are in the electoral process, including data protection laws and their enforcement in the electoral context. We also want to know what practical solutions can be developed and policy recommendations adopted to safeguard voter privacy and ensure credibility of elections. And finally, we are looking for an open dialogue on the role of privacy in the electoral process and how we will mitigate risks which are posed by emerging technologies in elections. Before you is a very eminent panel, and I will introduce them in turn. To my far right is Mr. Evans Ogada, who is a specialist in constitutional and administrative law litigation. He is a lecturer in public law at the Public Law Department in the University of Nairobi School of Law, and he's also a regular on panels on the rule of law and international criminal law. He is also here in his capacity as the chairperson of the East Africa Law Society Rule of Law Committee, and he's also an associate editor of the Platform for Law, Justice, and Society. Karibu, Mr. Ogada. Next to him is Mr. David Thukumboro, who is the Democratic Governance and Rule of Law Program Lead at ICJ Kenya. He is a human rights activist and lawyer who is passionate about research and advocacy and on issues of democratization, but with a specific interest on political, economic, and social development. He has contributed to democracy, governance, and rule of law at the ICJ Kenya office, and he takes lead in the judiciary reforms and strengthening and in constitutional reforms and implementation projects in Kenya. Third is Dr. Mugambi Laibuta, who is a certified information privacy manager. He offers advisory in privacy, data protection, ethics and sustainability, legislative and policy drafting, internet and the law, constitutional law and design, mediation and devolution. On my left is Ms. Ruth Makuthu. Ruth is the acting manager, legal reforms, political parties liaison, and campaign financing at the IEBC, our electoral management body. During the earlier session, there were questions which were asked about how the data that we supply to the IEBC ends up in private hands and in political parties' hands in particular, and we'll hear more about that from her and what they can do to safeguard data. Next to her is Mr. Oscar Otieno, who is an IT expert. He's also the Deputy Data Commissioner, Complaints, Investigations, and Enforcement at the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Again, during the discussant presentation, there were questions that were raised to the court around Huduma number, Maisha number, WorldCoin, and directives were given to the ODPC to develop guidelines on how data collected would be handled, including sharing, including disposing of that data. Oscar is here to shed light on what the ODPC does. Finally, but not least on this panel, is Gathoni Ngaruya, who is a senior registration officer at the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. She has more than 8 years' experience in political parties governance. In particular, we are very keen to hear about the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties and how they manage the integrated political parties management system. Again, from Dudley's paper, there were questions around how political parties get our information and register us as members of political parties without our consent. And what then do we do if we find ourselves registered in political parties we did not consent to being registered to? And I know there are certain things that the office says we can do, like opting out. We'll hear from her about whether that is a sufficient safeguard from their office. So the first question that I'd like every panelist to answer is whether they have had, either in their personal capacity or in a professional capacity, an experience where they saw data or they saw data privacy being abused, either in a professional capacity or in their professional capacity, and how it impacted on electoral integrity, before they tell us about their experiences in their different sectors and how we can use that to safeguard data in electoral processes. So I'll start with my far right, Mr. Ogada. Any experiences you have had with violations of data privacy and how that may have affected your professional appreciation of the use of data in electoral processes?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Hizo ziko. My brother, Comrade at Arms, Dudley, was registered with a Mungiki-related party. I don't know I was related. I was registered with one which was funny. I don't like Kenyan politics. I have zero time for politicians. So I was asking myself, how did I get to the role of a political party? At least with Dudley, he used to support somebody. My role with them is just to advise them and to see them on TV. I don't interact with them. I have never participated in their affairs. I only do work if there's work for them. How did I get to a political party? So that was for me personally, and including my sister and a brother, finding ourselves in the role of political parties. So what wangu wa ABC? How did my data get to these political parties? What were political parties? There are a good number of Kenyans. We go to register with IBC. You find some material, and as Dudley said, Strathmore found that certain data could only have come from IBC. Are we very sure that data is safe? Because data is the new oil, data is the new gold. Government wants it, business wants it, so iko shida.
Thank you, Evans. David?
Thank you. Thank you, Luciana. And yes, I've had a personal experience. And when I say this, I hope the statute of limitation now is already applied. 2012 cleared high school. We are now gearing up to the 2013 elections. And counties are having the elections for the first time. We get recruited as young tax. We've just gotten our IDs. We've been registered as voters. And then there's a political campaign team that approached us and told us, we want you to go to M-Pesas and help us get data from these M-Pesa guys. Unfortunately, at that time, we didn't know what that data would be used for. So we would go around Kiambu to M-Pesa shops, talk to those guys, and they would let us access those books. And then we would look at the books, we would take phone numbers, ID numbers, and things like that. And you know, you can tell someone's age by their ID number, right?
Yeah.
So depending on, so right now, ninasikia kama ID number yako ilianza na 40, kwenda juu. Then, so you can even tell the age by looking at the ID number. So later on, one of the senators in Kiambu, one of the inaugural senator of Kiambu would come back and claim it as a strategy that he used to campaign, mobilize, and engage voters. So I think that was my experience, my first experience with voter privacy. And of course now similar to Dudley and to Mwalimu here.
Okay, so your first experience was as a perpetrator of violation of data privacy. Thank you. We are happy that you have reformed and you're now on the side of protection. But let's give a chance to Daktari.
So I thank you for confessing. I'm a Kiambu voter. So I can see where my data, that Senator Matani got my data. Because we receive those texts and then they'll be signed down at Senator Wako Matani. So I think now we know where the data is coming from. So people of Kiambu, I mean, we come from Kiambu County voter. You'll get those messages, especially Senator Matani, when you're senator then. It's quite notorious. Of course, MPs and some MCAs took it up. And the interesting thing is that this data is not random. The person actually sending you this data is somebody who wants to be an MCA in the ward that you live in and you are registered to be a voter. So it's not random. Then on the registration of political parties, one thing that when to a political party registered to Jubilee, and basically they look at where do you come from, where are you born. So in some cases it was not random. So you'll find if your name is non-Kenyans say usiguze Murima. So, which means if you're from that region, Mount Kenya region, you're most probably going to be registered in Mbas, in Jubilee. If you come from Western, you'll be Amani. If you're from Kisumu, it will be ODM. So that shows that those who are collecting data using the methods that he did, they were actually profiling people. There was some sort of analysis of that data so that you are placed to a political party that potentially you will be a member. So that was my experience. My other experience is so you remember in the last election, when the electoral register was posted in the voting stations, there was some masking of the data because we made a lot of complaints. Because before, when you go to the polling station to check your data, there will be your name and there will be your ID, there will be the location. So we made a lot of, like, no, IBC can't do this. Even if IBC, the electoral register ought to be published, we're like, no. You need at least to mask some of these details. And I was happy that at least IBC implemented that. But thank you for that question, because now I know who to sue. My lawyer Dudley is here, now we know, and the data commissioner is here, so I know where to get damages from.
Fantastic. Happy to be of service. Please share your fees when you collect after. So let me give the floor now to Ruth.
I couldn't be more happier by that confession, because we were heading into a conversation that was going to be a little bit challenging in terms of explaining. However, yes, I have had, is it me or this mic is a bit, are we able to lower it a bit? I have had professionally and privately had my data used, and one of it, sorry? Okay. One of the for me personally, it was the LSK elections. I used to get text messages left, right, and center from different candidates, but I'd never shared that information. So the question was, and I see my friend Julie is nodding, so if all the lawyers here will be, advocates, sorry, will agree, maybe that is something that was happening. And the question has always been, how is this information shared? Yes, there's a database that is provided for, but to what extent is that data owner protected? Number two, professionally, and this I'm speaking on behalf of the Commission, we have seen situations where data, you can tell that this data is not from the person who maybe signed that document. I'll give a case in point. Referendum causes. You'll find that once we share the signatures or the data that is presented to us through a referendum cause, you'll find that some of our staff members have signed or executed that signature, they have executed that referendum cause for people. And the question has always been, because as an EMB, we are not meant to participate in that process. So how is this that this particular staff member found their information, or they found that they had actually signed for that particular cause and they didn't? So I think maybe now we know where the data comes from. I'm looking at my brother there who is seriously writing. So I think there ought to be ways to prevent this so that everyone is protected from this access to information. I'll not talk about political parties. I can tell you I'm a member of a political party that I never registered for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. We'll come to our IT expert and the person representing ODPC. Could this have had an impact on why you began to work for the ODPC? Let's hear from you.
Yes, thank you, Luciana. I don't know if they have put it on.
It's on.
It's on, okay. Thank you, Luciana. And for me, I would say that professionally, I've gotten so many examples that we give out, but just bringing one into context with what the theme of this Moot Court pre-conference is. I remember when we were just setting up the Office of the Data Protection Commission, there was a by-election somewhere in one of the coastal constituencies, and this closely relates to what my two brothers have said. There's a gentleman who walked into the office very mad, and he said that he had bought some election data, allegedly from IBC again, yeah? So he was really mad that the data that he has bought, his competitor has got that very same set of data, about 4,000 of Kenyans. So when we started, that time I had to do investigations alone. We didn't have a team. So I used the various investigative tools that were there. What I came to find out was that there was a particular security guard that was picking names of various people who are entering a particular building, looking at the constituency and all that. So this gentleman really had a lot of data from various constituencies. So for this time when there was a by-election in that particular constituency, he gave it to another person who masqueraded as an IPC official. Staff. So he sold it. So they were selling this data. So this person was mad because this data was sold to his competitor. So sometimes we tend to think that it is the IPC or any other government agency that is sharing this data. That is not the case. We've done investigations, we've seen even where we leave our data, the footprints are outside there. Those are some of the areas that data we can leak out our privacy. Yeah. So I thought I'd just mention one.
Okay. So I think just like Thuku, you're now saying that the blame doesn't lie with the IBC, which is what we had heard before the break. So we'll see. We can clap for IBC. They're not the ones selling our data. Or maybe we should clap for ODPC. They have confirmed that they're not the ones selling our data. But let's hear from our representative from ORPP.
Thank you, Luciana. I think, like everyone else on this panel, on this side of the stage, have had experiences, but mine is more professionally, having to attend a meeting. And it's an experience that is a lasting one, because since 2018 thereabout, we've had a surge in these complaints, and you attend such a forum or other meetings and workshops, and you get to engage with professionals and even experts in different fields, and you get this complaint that is across board, right? That I'm in a political party I didn't register to, and they know ORPP means political parties, right? So you're having to explain every single time. But then at the time the complaint started, the legislation was lacking, right? Regarding how to handle data that political parties was collecting and how they were processing it, and so on and so forth. So you find yourself mumbling, and it is really awkward when a senior or a honorable member, or even a judge, sidebars you and asks you, my friend, what happened, you know? And it's an embarrassment. Actually, mine is more of an embarrassment, trying to explain away these occurrences. So I'd say that was my predicament and my experience, but then I'm really happy that there are measures that have been put in place, which we will discuss, I know, later, on what has been done to address those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. You point to something very important, which is where even decision makers like judges find themselves in very awkward situations. A case has come before you. When you go onto the IPPMS, you're a member of a party that is in a case before you. And how do you explain to the litigant that you're not actually the one who registered for that political party? So we'll hear what safeguards you've put in place when we come back to you. But I want to come back to Dr. Laibuta as a starting point, and I'll start with the experts on the panel on data. So I'll start with Dr. Laibuta, and what I want to find out from Dr. Laibuta is what is the adequacy of our legal framework on safeguarding voter privacy, and particularly as we now move into digitizing some aspect of the electoral process. Is our process adequate in terms of safeguarding privacy? Then we'll hear from ODPC.
Actually, you've asked me a question about, so that's what I actually wrote my PhD on, the adequacy of data protection regulation in Kenya. And there are a lot of gaps within the regulatory framework, and these gaps are how the law is structured. One of the gaps is how to deal with data brokers, not pointing fingers. because the law is not clear about how do you, of course there are principles, there are data protection principles under Section 25, Rights of Data Subjects under Section 26 of the Data Protection Act. But there are these individuals, whether individuals, organizations, called data brokers. Mm-hmm. What data brokers do is what he explained. There are people who go to institutions and just scrape data. They also use technology to scrape data. Online, they go to universities, they go to hospitals, etc., and scrape data. So one of the proposals that I make in my academic research is that there needs to be very clear guidelines on how to deal with data brokers. By the way, society can never do away with data brokers. There is need for data brokers, but these data brokers need to carry out their work within a very structured and stringent way. One of the proposals I make is that they need to be registered separately with the ODPC, and they need to have stronger regulation. Secondly, there's a gap in the Kenyan data protection regulation about regulation of public databases. You'll find, like, for example, under the Data Protection Act, there's the civil registration regulations. But they are not sufficient, because in Kenya we have very many public databases. Kenya works in silos, in that Ministry of Agriculture will have a database on farmers and supply of fertilizer, NEMIS in the Ministry of Education, you find that the Integrated Population Register. So there's need to articulate how do we deal with public databases away from, because databases like from the IBC are regulated under the Constitution, for example, the Electoral Register, the Elections Act, the IBC Act, the Political Parties Regulations, etc. But there's need to articulate how do you establish a public register, what are the principles, what are the safeguards, what remedies are available to people whose data is there. How do these databases speak to each other? Because, for example, when you look at IPPRS, Integrated Population Register, for example, financial institutions have read-only access. So that's why if you go to a bank and you ask for your ID, this person basically just go to IPRS and see whether the ID that you've produced is correct or not. Something else that perhaps needs to be, of course, before the last elections, ODPC gave guidelines to IBC, but I think we need to extend these guidelines to the stakeholders. And who are these stakeholders? We need guidelines on data protection to political parties, because political parties go out there, and of course Article 38 of the Constitution allows, it gives us those political rights to come together, etc. But we need clear guidelines from the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner on how to deal with political parties. And something else, our Section 2 of the Data Protection Act has a gap because it does not include political opinion to be sensitive data. If you look at the General Data Protection Regulation of the UK, if you look at Protection of Personal Information Act of South Africa, political opinion is sensitive data. In Kenya, it is not regarded as sensitive data. And our act, if it was regarded as sensitive data, this means that it will have a higher level of protection. Something else, so political parties and politicians, so that to deal with these things of being approached, you get SMSs that vote for me, and it's legit because you're from that constituency, etc. Another gap that is there, for example, when Cambridge Analytica, before the 2017 election, Cambridge Analytica was not only operating in Kenya. There were investigations in the US Congress, there were investigations in the House of Commons. In Kenya, there was what we call vibes and inshallah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's okay. And of course, it's because the people who have investigated them were the ones using Cambridge Analytica. And by the way, Cambridge Analytica in 2024 is very archaic technology. We have now more cutting-edge technology compared to Cambridge Analytica. I think I can stop, but those are some of the things that I can highlight. And lastly, we still don't have regulations on how to deal with technology. AI, for example. Kenya, we are still debating, do we need a regulation, do we need a policy, etc. That's where we have these companies. You remember when I think it was Senior Counsel Muite saying that the server people are still asleep. Which was really, we don't appreciate how these technologies function. So we need a way to regulate technology, especially technology, guidelines or principles about technologies that affect our democratic processes of fundamental rights and freedoms. I think I can stop there for now.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Laibuta. And it's good that you've asked about guidelines, because I'd already asked ODPC to talk to us about guidelines and what they're doing going forward. But you've raised a fundamental question around, we haven't even figured out the tech we have now, and we have emerging technologies like AI, which are
consistently evolving. So I'd like for Oscar to speak to us about how does he see these emerging technologies impacting electoral integrity going forward, and of course questions of voter privacy as the expert. Some of us don't understand the distinctions between generative AI and other versions of AI. We are still getting the hang of the server. Now we are being told about AI. So how does the regulator even get ahead of all of these emerging technologies and secure voter privacy as well?
Yeah, thank you once again, Luciana. You know, currently AI is a topical issue in Kenya and I can say also globally. So, as Office of the Data Protection Commission, we are deliberate that we are not left behind this conversation because AI really writes on data. It really writes on a huge, large data. Where the enthusiasts, AI enthusiasts who are here, will hear them talk of LLMs, which are large sets of data. Some of these data are also personal data, so we are there in these conversations and we are monitoring, but specifically in terms of elections, AI is both good and bad, that's what we can say. In as much as even in the education sector, I think they have been told how AI is not coming to replace your jobs. It's only coming to make your life maybe better and more efficient. So for those who will embrace AI, they'll find it easier to work with these tools. But when it comes to in terms of the electoral process, these tools are both good, as I've said, and both bad. Some of the positive things that we can see that AI can help us with, it can help us carry out issues such as election monitoring. I know few in the room, if I look at the demographics here, they know about the Tarakaniki cases. But now when we have tools such as AI, we can easily monitor and how maybe and predict how this voting will occur, the patterns that we expect, and all that without sweating so much. So it's really good. It can help us carry out a lot of analytics, maybe in terms of what are the percentages that we are expecting in terms of turnout, maybe a particular area during election we will be having the pastoralists maybe moving from one area to the other. So what do we expect in terms of turnout of that particular area? So there are lots of things that AI can assist us with, but otherwise now, as Mugambi has stated, there are also the negative parts of AI. And close to it is what is mentioned about the Cambridge Analytica, which was basically a company that used a lot of Kenya's private data to come up with lots of what we call in the AI the deep fakes, the misinformation and disinformation, trying to send it out to various people so as to try and sway them on how they will vote. That those kind of activities is really not good. It's what we call the irresponsible AI. And AI tools can also be used to target voters. Maybe now, in terms of AI, it is really not good to use my personal data to target me and send me particular maybe ads and all that. So that is really what we will be anticipating to see as we embrace AI. But in terms of voter privacy, maybe just quickly I will talk of voter profiling, whereby now AI can be used to profile a particular person. You can be able to know that this particular set of voters, this is how they behave. So that is really now unethical because you are using somebody's personal information to profile him, carrying out maybe surveillance and counter-surveillance on particular voters, which is really not called for when it comes to now using of a voter's personal data. And maybe lastly, we can talk of, we've seen areas where people try to use AI. You can really model AI tools to try and carry out some few cyber attacks on particular areas, so as maybe for the sole purpose of maybe trying to manipulate the data, the election data. So AI is there, AI is coming, data analytics has been there for us, but it's both good and bad. But as government and as regulator, we are really keenly monitoring, and I must say, we want to be prepared for the next future elections, working with other government agencies.
Thank you, Oscar. And I'll be coming back to what you will be doing going forward, because I think one of the things that came out from the research done by Strathmore in the 2022 elections is the inefficiency of AI tools which are developed for other jurisdictions in capturing what you're talking about, surveillance of voters, getting voter information from their social media platforms and using it to send targeted messages, and how these tools are particularly crafted for English-speaking jurisdictions, and they don't work well for jurisdictions where we speak a mix of English and Swahili or slang, or we use online hypertexting language which is not suited to the existing models. And I'd be very keen to hear what you're thinking going forward and how ODPC will work with the IBC to deal with those kinds of questions to address even misinformation going forward. But we'll come back to what you're doing in the next segment. Allow me to go back to the right side of the room, and I want to speak to David and Evans. And I want both of them to speak to the question of electoral system design and how we can strike this balance between transparency and voter privacy. So David, I would like to hear from what you've seen in other jurisdictions, how is the balance being struck between allowing access to information? Dudley, I think, did a good job, and so did Manwa, about striking the balance between accessibility but also ensuring that privacy is maintained. In the context of electoral data, how are other countries striking that balance? I'd like for both of you to speak to that question before we come to the next part. So I'll start with David, and then we can hear from Evans.
I think first is to mention that Dudley in his presentation pointed us to the Kenyan constitution, and it's interesting how African constitutions all over the continent are our true north, and they give the principles in which an electoral system, the principles that an electoral system should encompass. One of them, an election system should be secure, verifiable, auditable, and transparent. It's funny that it's interesting that in Africa and the elections that ICJ Kenya has been able to look at and lead certain eminent missions to, you will realize that as you investigate, as they interrogate now these election systems, you will realize that, yes, we have the true north, but we don't know the layout on what is ahead of us. So there's no roadmap to actually tell you of the swamps and the deserts that are ahead of you. So you find electoral commissions disenfranchised in some way. When, yes, there is a law that provides this is what should happen, and then maybe now politicians come and violate these campaign, politicians, as Dr. mentioned as we started, elections now have become data-driven. For anyone to win an election, then you must have data. And in that process of acquiring this data, there are so many violations that take place. And maybe before I mention what has been done in those countries, I will mention recently in South Africa, as we were observing those elections, a case of a private company called Gejima and the social services of South Africa, social services providers of South Africa, who provide now pesa ya wazee, money, so money to now the old people, disabled people. Rogue agents went to those services, got information, and started engaging the elderly and the disabled with certain messages. So you will receive very targeted messages. Do you want a government that will take care of old people? Do you want a government that will take care of the disabled? And you will be interested because now you are looking at information that you really want to follow. And in that process, then these people are coerced to vote for this, for these parties. In Senegal, it was a bit different. Same thing happening in Kenya. Politicians getting access to data and sending now short, the SMSs, others using WhatsApp, and robots even to call voters. Interesting enough, something I saw in South Africa is that now the campaign financing law allows political parties to be financed by certain big corporate companies. Interesting enough, the Oppenheimers have a big interest in South African elections. Oppenheimers are the owners of MTN, one of the largest, an equivalent of Safaricom here. So that tells you, so if these people are interested in who is in power, what will prevent them from giving this data to those that they want to see in power? So that is how you end up getting now the targeted messages, because they have all your information. As you're getting a SIM card, you give them everything. Literally, you hand them over your passport. They know where you are born. They know your age. They know what you are interested in. They know what you are doing. They listen to your conversations. And these are the people that, so, and in that way, then you see markets are still in control of systems across the region. Over to you. I yield.
Thank you, Thuku.
Before I respond to it, Mr. Tieno, AI is a problem, and I don't know how we are going to rescue the boat before we realize what hits us. AI has supranational connotations, sovereignty, national security connotations. We need to look at it urgently. From a practical perspective as a teacher, I give these young ones assignments, and you tell them, go write me an essay on ABCD. Ruth next to you during her days at the university will sit, go to the library research. Right now, these guys generate it through AI, submit it, and for me to take her or him to the Senate that this is not authentic, it becomes a problem because this thing is generated with even the footnote. For those of us who are dealing with elections and election-related data, we have AI that can manipulate signature, open up documents in PDF. So how are we going to address that for the future? It's a problem. My friends from political parties, the Evidence Act and the political dynamics, how do we deal with those in light of the old law that we have under the Evidence Act, the Political Parties Act? These are things that we need to anticipate so that we don't have foreigners, the powerful like Elon Musk, the Starlinks, the Metas coming to dictate terms here. Because part of the problem Dudley has with his WorldCoin problem is that these are powerful forces that will bring in your politicians in rooms, given a couple of millions, and sell you for a buck. So we need to think about that. How do we strike a balance between accountability and privacy rights? Quickly, anonymization of personal data, that is something we need to think of. Strict data access protocols, who access what, and at what point, under what regulations. Encryption and data security, this is something we need to think of. Obligations that only non-sensitive data is released. Not everything should be taken out there. And I'm glad for once I can say something positive about the IBC. I'm told that they are doing things correctly. Legal safeguard and clear privacy policies. These need to be brought in place. Audibility of elections, Cambridge Analytica, and people sleeping in France at 3 o'clock. You cannot treat as Africans as stupid fools. That when we ask questions about transparency, we are told that we cannot give you this information because it's protected by IP laws. When we ask questions about airports being sold, we are told we have signed contracts. This cannot be revealed. For heaven's sake, we are sovereign people, and nothing pisses me off when Africans are treated as people who cannot think. Those of you in government offices, why do you sign on to such ridiculous contracts? Why would you allow for your people to be treated as subhuman beings when we are told that certain information cannot be released for purposes of auditing elections? So elections should be audited, should be verified, and we will need a couple of tools that strike this balance between privacy and accountability. Of course, public awareness and consent. The public is working in the dark. We do not know what the IEBC, my friends at the Data Commissioner's Office, you work under certain protocols that, due to EU funding, you have been obligated to observe certain EU protocols. Why don't you do that for purposes of your own citizens and for purposes of our constitution and for purposes of our law, instead of the incentive being what the EU and these foreigners are giving you in terms of money? Let's be proud of ourselves and let's think of ourselves as Africans, because you are working at our behest. So public awareness, go out there, educate the citizens, let the citizens be part and parcel of the process as a capacity of public participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Evans. You've raised a fundamental question, which I will be asking IEBC to answer, which is on the question of intellectual property and how it affects accountability, transparency, verifiability. You've raised the question of Ortimorpho, I think it was 2017. And there's also questions around we cannot get access to the server, and this server thing, IBC, you must just tell us, server ni nini na iko wapi? Every election we hear about Fungua server, where is this server? How much access can we get to this server? Who is controlling the server? Where is it located? Is it at Bomas? There are many questions that Kenyans, because you've raised questions about how much public awareness there is. We don't have enough public awareness around technology and its use in elections. But there's a fundamental question which is always asked whenever scrutiny comes up, which is how much can the IBC disclose to the courts versus how much is protected by intellectual property of the people who provide the technology. So I'll now yield the floor to IBC and ORPP. How do they collect our data? How do they safeguard our data once they collect it? And any safeguards that you might have around also the balance between accuracy, transparency, verifiability, versus we must also protect the intellectual property rights of those who are managing the systems. So let me start with Ruth, and then we'll come back to Galoni.
Thank you, Luciana. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Luciana. I came well prepared for the server question, because at every given meeting that I attend, there's always a server question, and that's why I have my colleagues in the house. We have an IT expert, we have a voter registration expert, and we have someone in the risk department also as an expert. So I will not address, for my own safety, I will not address the server question. It will be addressed maybe during plenary.
Yes, please.
How many of us are registered voters by show of hand? How many of us are registered voters? All right. For those who are not registered, I hope you will register when we start registration process. But I would want to remind us, when you went to register as a voter, there was a form that you filled. It's called a Form A. You filled it and it has details. So for purposes of data protection, the IEBC is a data controller and a data processor. So once we get that Form A from you and we take your fingerprints, we enter that into the kit, the KIMS kit, then that forms the first process of an election process, of the first step towards an election process, which ends up in voting. So for that purpose, we have voter identification, and also comes, at the end of it, it is also used for purposes of result transmission. But just so that we are clear, we do not transmit information, like for example, Councillor Dudley, when he votes, we can't know how he voted. We can't know that. No one knows, because it is protected to that extent. However, once the process is completed, what happens is that we give access to the agents of a political party or a candidate so that they have limited, I think, read-only access, which will be confirmed later, so that you get to know what it is that you have. And at no point, I've been in elections 3 cycles, at no point is any political party not given access. They are all given access. And it is closed even after. It is closed, I think, way after the presidential petition is determined. Anyway, what we do with the data that we collect as IEBC is, for purposes of voting, identifying you as a voter during voting, and for purposes of transmission of election results. 3, we also do it for purposes of candidate registration. Once a candidate enters into the race, we collect data. And one of the information that is submitted to the Commission is a self-declaration form, which also includes information relating to your spouse, your children, your educational qualifications, etc. 4, we also use that data. We mine that data for purposes of voter education. We identify who or how many voters in terms of age. We segregate that data so that we know how many people are there, how many voters are there, in which county, and the demographics, so that we get to know how to meet these voters for purposes of election. We also use that information for electoral dispute resolution, and finally for purposes of delimitation of electoral boundaries. Now, the safeguards that we have as an institution is that previously, I think this happened in 2013 and 2017, what happened is that we used to, once a candidate wants to vie, and maybe I'll throw it to the plenary, why is it that a candidate would require the number or the telephone number or the contact details of a voter? Question mark. Why? So what the Commission does is that we will give you information because, like it was said in the morning, it is public information. But then again, we have to protect that voter, okay? We have to protect that data that the voter has entrusted the Commission to protect. So we'll give you information that is redacted. Dudley mentioned it. But then again, there's that fine line between how do you ensure access and privacy. If I give you information that is totally redacted, because right now when we publish the IDs in the Gazette notice, we truncate, I think, is it the last 4 or 5 digits, depending on when you are born, eh? So we truncate that. So even as a candidate or the user of that information, sometimes it becomes a challenge in terms of identifying what it is. Maybe we should have guidelines that are universal to everyone or every institution, so that do we redact the last 5, the last 4, or the first? Because the first digit actually determines your age. If you're at 23-0-something, you're at 24-0-something, we know when you were born. So I'll not say when. The other thing is, in 2022 as well, we said that we shall not issue the register of voters to political parties for purposes of conducting their party primaries, which is currently known as nominations now. And this is because in 2013 and 2017, they used to request for that data. Of course, it was redacted, but they used to use that information for purposes of primaries. But then we realized the political class will use that information, because if you're doing or conducting primaries in 2017, that is sometimes in April, what happens is that our register is not certified until a few months to an election, all right? So if I, as a member of a political party or as the lead or in the membership council of the political party, we do not want you to be successful in that political primary, what we will do is that we will insist that we will use the register of IBC that was certified in 2013. So all the people who are members in that political party, or the people who have been registered or transferred their registration in the intervening period, they disappear, okay? So you are stuck. So you end up being, it's a systemic way of removing someone in the contest during party primaries. So that is something that the commission chose not to do, and even so, it's because our register was not ready at the time. I think I've also mentioned that there's a thin line between access to information and the processing of that information. We have too many, in my view, we have so many institutions that are processing data. When I came in here, I signed a form. What happens to that data that is collected? There is no a request. I note that currently we have a clause or a column that is being issued by, I saw it first with the UNDP institutions, where they are asking you to give consent to use that information. You don't get to use my photograph without my consent. You don't get to use my ID without my consent. So it's what institutions are currently doing is adding a consent to that form so that you use that for purposes of, you use that data so that you avoid being sued. Number 3, on the same line, is every institution that we go to, even every building that we go to, you either write, you write your information there, you write your ID, you write your phone number, and you write your email address. Now, if I give you my ID number, you've identified me as a Kenyan. If you have my ID, you have my, you can get my phone number in any database that you want, especially NTSA, for example. If I take your number plate of your car, I can get your ID and your phone number. So huwezi hata toroka, si ndio? Now, when it comes to such instances, I think, and I agree with what my brother was saying earlier, there needs to be a way for us to regulate institutions with databases. It's important, because if we can't do that, then all this information will be everywhere, and at the end of the day, we get exposed. So I think I want to stop there for this, at least for this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Let me give it over to ORPP, particularly IPPMS. How are you managing to make sure our data doesn't get stolen?
Thank you very much. I want to talk about the safeguards, the legal safeguards from that first point, where we have developed the integrated political parties management system, and we've integrated other systems, including the e-citizen that was onboarded, and then to determine with NPS, NPS, yeah. And then we have gone ahead to ensure that now we have bulk SMSing, right? So that now in the event that a political party is recruiting persons, then the persons who have been enlisted provide their telephone numbers, and then they're required to, they get this pop-up SMS requiring to either consent or not to consent, opt out of being recruited to that political party. So that has been instrumental in reducing the confidence significantly, actually, in handling those issues of fraudulent registrations. The IPPMS is also able to determine wrong information. For example, I'm trying to come up with data, so I know your name or I know your ID number, but then I don't know your exact particulars. So I want to enter you so that you look like you're a voter, right, or a member for purposes of meeting the requirements under Section 7. So I want to provide Gabon Judy, for example, and then I give somebody else's ID number. So because of the integration that has happened, then that system is able to pop up and identify that the details that have been provided for this particular person are wrong, right? Such that maybe an ID number is wrong or is wrongly attached to somebody, right? So that IPPMS has been key and instrumental in handling those issues. That else maybe would be proposals, because I would propose that we are proactively looking at these issues so that we're not also reactionary or coming up with legislation because we are facing a challenge, right? We also want to look at this from a point of we were prepared for it, would be data minimization, so that whatever data we are collecting as data handlers, for example, our EMDs, is data that we actually absolutely need. Irrelevant data, and that we call it irrelevant and would also be infringing on privacy. For example, the regulation, the political parties membership regulations 2021 require political parties to have the register, and the particulars in that register have already been provided in a form prescribed in the regulations. And part of these particulars of this information would require for a political party to collect the physical and postal address of a member. And you would ask yourself, why necessarily a political party would need that information, right? So we are seeing, yes, an increase in the need for this data because we are digitizing the process, but then also this information might not be necessary. And then also purpose limitation, right? Such that the data is only used for the purpose intended. What Ruth tried to give us, right? As an example, such that now, for example, RPP, let me give you RPP. Political parties that are registered or are being registered at the moment are being required to demonstrate the membership recruitment system that they intend to use. This is backed up by, again, the regulations in 2021, the membership regulations, that require that where a political party intends to use a system, then the registrar would be required to authorize use of that system. And part of the authorization means this political party comes to the office, demonstrate how this system looks like, and then they are required to also have a privacy statement. So those are some of the criteria that the registrar would want to check whether this system has met before it is sanctioned or authorized to be used for purposes of membership recruitment. So that if there's a privacy statement saying that the information that they will use, right, as a key safeguard. The other area that I would want to talk about is overrunning, issue of secrecy of the ballot. Maybe we also want to talk about, I know it's been in the works, discussions about the Braille, use of the Braille, would reduce issues of privacy infringement, which I find sometimes happens where an assisted voter, for example, a blind person, is assisted. I mean, whether or not that information is divulged to other persons, that information has already been seen by somebody else, right? Then the privacy lacks. So if we would want to consider having those, the Braille in voter assistance, then it would go a long way. Another last point is with regards to electronic system safeguards, and this is ensuring that, I mean, we will also get to a point because of technology where we would vote electronically. I'm foreseeing this for our country. I mean, this is where most countries are headed, even African countries, right? So that now we are able to foresee electronic voting, we're able to put in place systems that can be able to show encryption of voting, you know, that kind of thing, and involvement of the people in this process of acquiring this infrastructure, yeah, for voting, for electronic voting, and so on and so forth. I think those will be key in my point.
Thank you, Gathoni. It's interesting that you've spoken about the safeguard of opting out. And the question that I would have, and you'll come back when you give us your closing, does that work for people who are already in the system? Because you talked about when it's recruitment season. If I'm already in the system, does that system also work for those who had been recruited before? And how does that integrate? Because you'll be answering the question of aligning it with international standards. How does that work in situations where you don't have equal access to internet, you don't have equal access to tech across the country, which is one of the things that was said about the IPPMS and its functionality. So I'd like to hear how you're aligning also what you're doing with international standards and whether those safeguards are actually as safe as you're perpetuating them to be. But let me come back to the experts as we do our final round and open it up to the plenary. Dr. Mugambi, you already spoke about what you see as gaps in the system. Things like definitional questions in Section 2, the fact that political information is not sensitive information and what that means in terms of protection. You also talked about data brokers and why we need to find ways of regulating data brokers. We can't do away with data brokers. I'd like to hear from you in terms of going forward, because both you and Oscar will be advising IPPMS managers, CRIMS managers for the candidate registration system. those ones who are collecting data and controlling and regulating data, what do you see as the things that need to be done? As a certified privacy information manager, what do you see as something that needs to be done to prepare for the next election to ensure that we are now actually properly protecting data privacy in the context of the electoral process? And we'll come back to Oscar.
I think part of it has been said. But let me talk about what does it mean to comply with the Data Protection Act.
Okay.
I think it's fair enough to say that a political party, for example, has a privacy notice or a privacy policy. But I think we can also go further. And I think Oscar mentioned part of it. So some of the questions, and why I say that it's important that perhaps, and Oscar said they're working on it, is to have a very clear checklist for these actors, a checklist for compliance, for IBC, for politicians, for political parties, for the dispute tribunals, etc. What will be contained in this checklist? One, we have to ask ourselves a question: what is the data protection compliance level of this political party? Because registration with the data commissioner, having a certificate of registration or having a privacy notice is just one out of, let's say, 30 items that they need to comply. So what are Oscar could highlight, are there some political parties that have registered? And registration, by the way, does not mean compliance. It just means that you've complied with that registration aspect. So do they have data? I know Section 24 does not make it compulsory to have a data protection officer, but this is a very sensitive area. And in my view, there ought to be, ideally, political parties should have data protection officers. Do they have a budget for data protection compliance and privacy? Do they have data breach protocols? Because it's good to have a policy, but do they have data breach protocols? The electoral, the member registration system that you've mentioned, have they carried out a data protection impact assessment? And has that impact assessment been analyzed by the ODPC for guidance? Something else, do they have a data subject complaints mechanism? A data subject request mechanism, like you've mentioned the issues of opting out. I mean, the ODPC has issued decisions out there that if somebody opts out, you need to comply within the statutory limits set out in the law. So how is the compliance on that? Do they have things like data maps, data inventories? Do they have a record of what kind of data do they process within those organizations? Have they sensitized another thing in the checklist could be, have they sensitized the people carrying out the recruitment, the politicians in those political parties, the secretariat in those political parties? That will be very important. Ideally, I'm saying this checklist could have a lot of items. And I think it's high time that, so that we don't have to wait until 2027, that gradually collaboration between IBC, the data commissioner, and the registrar of political parties to formulate this checklist, and for these political parties of these actors to provide proof to the regulators that they actually have started compliance and they have a roadmap towards full compliance. Because I foresee by the time we get there, there'll be a lot of complaints, especially to the data commissioner. And the act should not be about just complaints, but so if we can avert these complaints by having this checklist and these mechanisms that are in place. And of course, here is where I sell myself and I sell Oscar, the work that we do. You can go to the data commissioner. The data commissioner will provide you guidance. You can go to data protection specialists who will provide you guidance on how this can be done.
Thank you. So you'll see Mogambi after this. He will facilitate you. But you raised very fantastic questions, which is something that also came out in the litigation in 2022. Why do we wait until the year of the election to put in place all the mechanisms that we need to put in place for there to be compliance? Why can't we start putting these collaborations in place now so that there's compliance even as we go into 2022? Thank you, Mogambi. I want to give the floor to Oscar. Oscar, you've heard what other government departments are doing with the data they're managing. What do you think regulators should be doing to mitigate the risks that you have heard are present in terms of data misuse, but also leverage technology to help them to do that kind of work?
Yeah, thank you once again. What should regulators and the electoral bodies do? For me, I would categorize this into three major parts. First, what the Data Protection Act and the regulations talks about. The first two things are the technical, organizational, technical measures. Secondly, the organizational measures. And then probably lastly, what Mugambi has talked about is the collaborations. So in terms of technical measures, I would, if time allows, my colleague from the panel has mentioned that there is a technical person from IBC, but we would like to hear technically what they have put in place in terms of, first of all, to protect these electoral data. We are looking at what operating systems the IBC has deployed. We know there are, it is arguably within the tech space that there are some operating systems that are more secure than others, probably for
Oscar,
example.
maybe check your mic. I think there's some guys.
Oh, it's not on.
Oh, yes, yes. It's neither on nor off. Okay, let me use this. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mugambi, for taking care of me, as we always take care of each other. I was just elaborating the technical measures that IBC and other regulators can also put in place. And I just started by talking about, first and foremost, getting it right in terms of the basics, like the operating system that we want to put our data, the voters' data on. Are we going to get operating systems that is well known outside here that are not really secure without even mentioning names, or do we go by those that the techies in the house can say that these are most reliable, most secure, have been tried, have been tested? So that can give us comfort that at least our data is secure. We go to the next level of looking at the databases. What kind of database is IBC and other regulators using to store our data? So if there are databases like Oracle that have been tried and tested, we can rest assured that our data is safe. We look at the electoral system. I don't know what electoral system they use, but what I know is that at some given point in time, we go and register as data using the BVR, that's the KIMS kit, that is the biometric voter registration. Then later, when we go to vote, we are identified using the electronic voter identification systems. All these systems, what are the security measures that have been put in place? And lastly also, these data, wherever they are, and as they are being transmitted, what kind of encryption mechanisms have been put in place just to make sure that our systems and our data that we are transferring is secure, both at rest and in transit. So we've seen jurisdictions, and I know one of us have mentioned, I think it was from ORPP, jurisdictions that are now conducting investigations online. I think they go beyond using one-factor authentication. Right now, IBC, if you were to vote, you would only go and identify yourself with the biometric. But when it will come that time that we will be able to vote from home, then it will be we will go beyond just identifying ourselves with biometrics. So maybe we will need to identify ourselves using a second factor authentication, like maybe our iris. And I know Dudley is in court really fighting this new technology that is coming to read our iris. I don't know where we will end up with that. I leave it that because he's already mentioned that he's in court. In terms of organizational measures, which I do hope that also IBC has put in place, we don't want to envisage a situation where only one person decides how the entire electoral systems are managed. We're expecting to have and see some segregation of duties where we have some system admin managing the systems, we have a network administrator managing all those, the SIMs and SOCs. We're expecting to see a database administrator who only has access to the database and can assure us that the data, the voter data is accurate. And then lastly, what I said, Mugambi had just mentioned, this is not the time of working in silos. This is the time whereby now when we are approaching events like these, and we really want to appreciate the Unwanted Witness for organizing such. It gives us forums to meet with other government agencies, and we hope to meet even more. So this is the time that we need to work together in terms of collaborations and in terms of multi-agency approach. What we are currently doing as a regulator, this is keenly on following up on what just transpired recently in Kenya. We have formed a multi-agency team that consists of the CA, that is the Communications Authority, the NC4, which is the National Computer and Cybercrimes Coordination Committee, the AG, and the Minister of ICT, to look at how we can protect people's data within this sphere. So when it comes to election, I'll be looking forward to be working with the other agencies like IBC and ORPP, so that we just make sure that all these systems, all this data is carried out effectively, efficiently, and all that. But last but not least, in terms of collaboration, it's not only limited to government. This is the time to work with societies like the Data Governance Society of Kenya, to work with even the big techs to help us now maybe manage the deepfakes that will be coming out due to AI that we've talked about, and the misinformation. We'll also be looking at working with, and I know IBC has done this, bringing up the consultants, like I know last time they worked with the Big Four in trying to carry out the audits that Ogada talked about. Audits are really very important. Let's open, not really opening up the system, but let's be transparent. Let's look at how our systems are, so that we can give an assurance even to the electoral process that everything has been taken care of. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you. So you're emphasizing transparency, collaboration, but also let's not the collaborations just remain in silos, because I think that was something that came out clearly from Mugambi. Can tech and regulators and civil society work together? Thank you. So I'll come back to this side of the room. David, I would like you to speak as we close to the question of what legal and governance frameworks should we see Africa prioritizing on these questions of voter privacy and election integrity, and particularly in the face of emerging digital threats, what should we be moving towards to? And then Evans, I'd like you to speak to the question of what should the judiciary be doing in terms of promoting transparency and data privacy. Julie earlier spoke about the centrality of the judiciary in electoral integrity questions, so the judiciary cannot avoid these questions of data privacy versus electoral integrity. So what should the judiciary be doing going forward so that we avoid the situation of they're sleeping in France, we can't get information? So let's start with David.
Thank you, Luciana. And Oscar, when you're speaking of deepfakes, in South Africa, it was quite interesting because they have a rich history with their heroes. And one that I saw that was interesting was these guys knew Pedi-speaking people loved Peter Mukaba. And these deepfakes were designed in such a way now Peter Mukaba was endorsing Malema because he's a Pedi-speaking politician also. So when you mentioned deepfakes, I thought I should mention that. And it will be part of now future elections. And talking of collaborations, I think Africa as a continent needs to borrow best practices from now international best practices like the EU. They came together and they have data privacy laws. I think the African Commission can pick that up and run with it. Also, in the African region, there are certain countries that have been able to do it well. I know one of the issues that ICJ also threw also Dudley, because we filed an amicus in the Supreme Court, and we were actually advising the Supreme Court and telling them we need to have decentralized data of now the IEBC, so that when this data should not all be in the same place, so to protect voter privacy. So this has been done in South Africa and it is working very well. Something else that has been done in other jurisdictions that it's something that now other African countries can pick up is cybersecurity protocols. And Ghana have been able to do this very well. And I think in the last election, when the KMPG audit came out, it exposed big loopholes with our electoral system. You can go and look at it. And one of the issues we still have with the IBC is they released half the report for us. Maybe we can get the whole report eventually. Something else that has also been done internationally, and even in our amicus, we were looking at Estonia. Estonia, they've been able to do end-to-end encryption in their elections. This ensures that voter privacy is not violated in the sense that we can verify you and your details can still remain secure. So that is something that I think going forward can be done. Sierra Leone, and maybe Luciana, you can also comment on this. I know in 2018 they tried blockchain. I don't know how successful it was, but with blockchain now it leaves paper trail. The issues of the plumber not leaving the bathroom cannot occur again because we can see who was really there. So when we have blockchain technology with that trail, you can get to see who was in the server at this time, what were they doing, and such things. I think that I yield, Luciana.
Thank you. Let's hear from Evans. What should the judiciary be doing?
Before I address myself to what the judiciary is supposed to be doing, to the young audience, those who will be tackling the moot questions, when you hear government telling you as an aspect of lamentation that we are working in silos, that for you, in terms of being law students, that is maladministration. It's a problem. So I want you to check out what Akate Migai and Forsyth say on maladministration. Pick out and correct it in your dissertations, in court, because that's a problem. What should the judiciary be doing? And I'm happy Commissioner Mraja is here. She wanted to become a judge. Number one, we want judges who are bold to interpret the law. Yes. And interpreting the law, don't give me these old stale doctrines of Sijui, or these things that you were taught the other day. Golden rule, Sijui, mischief rule, singing to me, Sijui Don Denning, this. That no longer avails. We have new contemporary methods of legal interpretation, both covering the Constitution and statute. The common thread between statute and the Constitution in terms of interpretation of the law, we have purposive interpretation of the law. 666 pages were from my favorite legal mind, Aaron Barak. Students, look at that. Oversight and accountability. You can't be that person sitting on the court who is always giving excuses for excesses of the state. When we go there, you see Dudley and I are always frustrated. You find some people giving us tomes of excuses. You interpret the law. Both accountability and oversight cannot be couched any differently. You resolve these things. That's your day-to-day business. Setting precedents. Precedents, these are things that I can use in class and teach students. Don't give me things that I am embarrassed to read and to tell students that this is something from the court in terms of data protection and accountability. Enforcing international and constitutional law norms. International law norms include norms in human rights. The least I say about that now is better because that will be another 2 hours of interaction here. Issuing injunctions and remedies. We've had a problem, but I see it being corrected now that certain people are afraid to issue injunctions and remedies. Katirao Peter Munya, for those of you from Kenya. That's a case that is the test for issuing conservatory orders. Jela Kasman Brown for civil matters. Look at those ones. Those are the principles that we have to meet in terms of injunction. So basically, the judiciary just needs to be current, number one, and it needs to be bold. You have no business sitting on the bench if you are squeamish, you are intimidated, and you cannot speak boldly and speak the language of the law. If you can't do that, then the judiciary is not the place for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Evans. Finally, to our regulators, we want to hear what you're doing going forward and how that aligns with what you have heard in the room. I want to start with Gathoni and then end with IEBC because I also want to open up the floor to any additions from the team from the IEBC. So what is the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties going to do going forward? How are you going to tweak your system to align with some of the things that you have heard in the room, if at all? If you still think your system is perfect, that's also fine.
Thank you, Luciana. regarding is the IBPMS really a safeguard? I mean, in as far as the opting out goes, right? So that, I mean, that only applies to people who are
Recruiting.
Yes,
Yeah.
recruiting, right?
Yeah.
Then what if I find myself in a political party? Do I have the option of opting out at that point using the system that I've just talked about? Unfortunately, no. But then, yes, I mentioned about onboarding services on IPPM, on eCitizen, such that any Kenyan can be able to log into the eCitizen, access to our PP services, and just resign or leave, right?
Okay.
Then as other people ask, why would I resign? I didn't recruit myself, right? That is a question that you get often. So the regulations have gone ahead in us implementing Section 34 role of the registrar in keeping and maintaining the register of members of registered political parties. Then this means the maintenance means people joining, people leaving, right? And then the regulations goes further ahead to provide for a claims sort of mechanism where if I find myself and I have a complaint, then I can be able to notify the registrar of the complaint, right? I don't want to leave, I want to file a complaint of the fraudulent registration. So the regulations have provided for that, which we find to some extent has tried to address the public outcry and the infringement of privacy. I would say there's also in agreement of what has been said, I mean, in terms of verifiability, transparency, and accountability being a best practice that should be applied in African democracies, all through the world, right? And identifying that elections or the electoral process is not wholly fair, right? It starts right from membership recruitment, voter registration, voter auditing, and so on and so forth. And I think regarding the safeguards, including IPPMS particularly, that we have tried to align ourselves to the best practice. Not perfectly, but we are making the efforts to do so.
Thank you. We will vet the system in the next election. We'll see whether you're actually trying. It is well. Thank you. Let's give it to Ruth, and then if there's any questions or comments from the audience or additional feedback from IEBC, we can receive it and close.
Thank you, Luciana. I will attempt to just say two things. The first one, on the matter of collaboration, we need to have more engagements with key stakeholders, specifically the courts, data processors, so that we have either universal regulations or guidelines on how to handle disputes, as I had earlier alluded to. I'd like to mention a case, ODM versus IBC. It's a reported case, 2019, EKLR. Just give me a minute so that I want to highlight something that the parties had asked for. Now, one of the orders that the party had requested was during the Kibra constituency by-election, and the party had requested for the entire, underline entire voter register containing all information prescribed in Form A. You remember what I said about Form A earlier? Then they went ahead to say that in the alternative, an order of mandamus compelling the IEBC to publish the Kibra constituency voters register, okay, to publish, containing the names, national ID, and passport numbers, I think it's either or, telephone numbers, and their respective polling stations and centers in all polling stations, and an online public portal. Are we together? All right. Now, the orders of the court, I will invite our students to look at this case law. It's very interesting. So the orders of the court were as follows. I'll read the two. B, an order be and is hereby issued compelling the respondent to provide voters in Kibra constituency and the public at large with Kibra constituency voters register containing all information required in Form A of the schedule to the regulations in all polling stations and in the public portal, save confidential information and which may be injurious to voters, such as telephone numbers, home or property searched, possessions, etc. Then C, an order of mandamus be and is hereby issued, compelling the respondent to publish the list containing the names, national ID, and passport numbers and their respective polling stations. Are you getting where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
So even as we engage on matters data protection, there is need for all stakeholders who deal with elections to be involved, so that when we have this information being asked to be shared, because at the very end of the process, we had to comply with that court order, meaning we gave full identification numbers, passport numbers, and data that I feel was not necessary to be issued to a political party. Number two, what I want to also mention is that as IEBC, given that decision of the court, because it was a 2019 court and then the data commissioner came in place, we have ensured that every information that is given to anyone who is requesting for it under Article 35 is truncated, because that is the only way we can protect. At the very least, our sole mandate is to protect the information and the privacy of the voter. Number two, that was now number three, sorry. We have also managed to set up some guidelines under the elections technology regulations on data disposal. Once the information is no longer in consideration with the commission, then that is, we now have an effective way of disposing that data. I will mention something about the plumber. I will not do my employer justice if I don't mention the plumber. I think this was handled in the Supreme Court, and very well from where I was sitting in the Supreme Court. I think, just to clarify, the issue of that particular person appearing or being in the system, it was an issue of a particular, because he was I'm talking nikisema, I will say it. Anyway, when it comes to the register, when it was being printed, the name of the person who was printing is the person that came out of that register in terms of the first page. And I think moving forward, the commission has the policy is that should only come with the name of the institution, not an individual, because then it goes ahead to just dispel those rumors and information that someone else was in the system. There was something that was said about the server. I think when we open plenary, I'll request my colleagues to respond to that and anything else that I may not have stated. But I would also, the last is that as we talk about electronic voting, which is provided for in our Elections Act, what are we thinking about? Is it I-voting, or is it voting using electronic voting machines? Because those are two different things. What are we thinking about? Certain countries have managed to deploy electronic voting, but they have gone back to their manual systems. Why? Because there have been allegations of fraud. So how do we get to dispel that, even as we move forward and think about AI and electronic and use of technology in our election processes? My personal view is that electronic voting or electronic use in terms of registration of voters and voting should be a case that is progressive. It shouldn't be something that we just decide we are doing electronic voting 2027. No. It should be something that is progressive so that we ease on to it, lest we do something and then we have to revert back to our manual process. And as I give up the mic, our election system and process is manual. The technology comes to aid our manual process. So even as we transmit the results are not done electronically. We vote manually. So even as we think and consider electronic voting, we need to start, opening our minds and our eyes to that, so that as we move forward, we know where best that electronic voting will be suited. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you to every panelist who spoke. I think if I would summarize the key takeaways that I've gotten from each one of you, number one, collaboration is key. We must stop operating in silos. Number two, the time to collaborate is now. There's already existing expertise. Why not put together those resources and start collaborating? Number three, where institutions are concerned, especially the judiciary, there is a lot of need for judicial courage. Number four, public awareness is key. There's a lot of misinformation out there around what these systems are, who is selling our information, where are they selling it to, and it's important that the public has the same information about their data. I want to give only 2 opportunities to the floor to give questions or comments, and I've seen one hand and another. Those are the only 2, kindly, because of time. So if I could please have a microphone go to the gentleman here and the other gentleman on this side. I'll take a question or a comment, and if you could kindly specify who you would like it addressed by, that would be very useful. Thank you. Please also state your name.
Okay, thank you for this golden opportunity. My name is Ouma Peter. I'm serving my first term as the president of the Great African Nazarene University Law School. My question goes to the ORPP, the Register of Political Parties. Currently, I'm a member of a political party. My party is National Liberal Party. I want to say that I joined that party consciously, but there have been cases where if you join a political party, you cannot opt out of that party before 1 year ends. That means if you join a party now, you will opt out of the party next year at the same time. And during this time is where we have those violations of data, where your data because when joining this party, you give your critical data to the party. That is your ID. Even there's a section where they ask of your tribe and all these things, whether you're single or married. And so the question is, after joining this party, why is it that you cannot opt out of the party before 1 year ends? And then my question to the IEBC before I end. I think while getting out of this room, I would like to know what the server is, because we've been told these questions, these things year in, year out after elections, that elections are stolen, now the server can't be open. So I think I would love to know that before I get out of this room. Thank you.
All right, so the server question keeps resurfacing. Let me have the gentleman, I believe that's Michael. Let me have Michael, and then if IBC could respond finally to this server question, then we'll come back here.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael Aboneka. I am an advocate in Uganda. I have a question. Advocate Ochen, is it Ochen? No. The thing about the court, increasingly the court is either shying away from matters, technology, privacy, and I know Unwanted Witness has done a lot of litigation around that. Somehow they just shy away, and you're telling them to be bold, to be strong. We litigate every day, so what do we do about that? Secondly, the issue of the national population census. I think Uganda has just had its population census in May, and there's a lot of data being collected, but it's collected by human beings who can sell it to a willing buyer, a willing seller, who, it's so because they're human beings, and elections and data are very married, because then someone wants to know in that village how many have turned 18. What are the safeguards to ensure that that can be sorted? The last one is persons with disability and voting in terms of privacy, assistive voting, and all these other things. How do we ensure that there is some bit of privacy? Because definitely there is always assistive. Someone assists you to vote, but they can't verify that whether you put a tick on the bus or on the, because you're blind. So how can technology help the person with disability to ensure that actually their voting is private and secrecy is promoted? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Michael. I believe there's a question for RPP. The second question, Oscar, would you take?
The second one was on surface.
No. The server one was, okay, the server one will give to IBC. I'm talking about Michael's question.
The first one was on the courts.
The court is going to Evans.
Yes, I can take
the second one.
national population.
Yes, that's the one I wanted you to take. And then I want the IBC to take the one on people with disabilities. All right? Who will speak on the question of the server from IBC? Fantastic. So let's start with ORPP. I think that was a question from you. Then we'll do Oscar, then we'll do Judiciary, and we'll end with IBC.
Hello. Okay, I think so then I would like to refer you to the NLP Constitution so that you are able to concretely confirm that that is the position with the party constitution before anything else, right? No.
Okay. So in essence, hopefully you should be able to jump out today.
Yes, thank you, Luciana. Once again, Michael, you've just stated that Uganda has just done the national population census, and your information is all about, isn't it? Right? And then you're asking who will save Uganda. Your information is all over. I think this is now the best time for the Data Protection Authority in Uganda, which sits under NITA, which is the National ICT Authority. This is the best time for them to show what they can do. Part of the things that they can do is maybe just to try and follow up like one instance of where somebody is sharing personal data, because I believe that part of the principles under your data protection law is that there is purpose limitation. There is a reason why this data was collected. The reason was to get the population of Uganda. The reason was not for this data to be shared all around. If these if I was in Uganda within the Data Commission, this is one case that I would have really loved to pick up and follow up to its logical conclusion. And how I would do this is I would really rely on the available laws that is there. I know about the law. I'm not sure about the regulation. If the regulation is there, I would now combine these two. And now if the
Last time we met with our counterpart on the other side, the authority is relatively lean. So this is the time then to collaborate with other agencies, including the law enforcement agencies, because if you look at the powers that have been given to most law enforcement agencies, like the police and all that, they're not really limited to one act, but they're limited to various acts, as opposed to other agencies that come and employ a particular act. So this is the time to collaborate with those law enforcement agencies and try and see if you can make out a case within one particular person who is not is not handling this data correctly. It will really save you. And I would really also just want to mention, and I think the beauty is that I'm not going to share my number. When Kenyans were sharing personal information, one thing that we did is that we collaborated with one of the big tech firms, which where all these things started. They started with a Google Sheet, where people were starting to share information, and then it went on viral to now WhatsApp and all that. We were able to pull down that sheet before using one of the big tech firms. So if you identify that there's a particular platform that they are using, then these guys are open. You can talk to them and they can help you pull down those data for it to stop spreading the way it is, the way you have put it, that it is currently spreading. So, but otherwise, I welcome conversations after this for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think let's have judiciary, and then we'll give IBC a chance to close.
It will be remiss of me as a disciple of the law not to talk to my friends from the office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Tuna maneno. Look at those constitutions. There's a major political party here, for example. I'll not name the party. Their dispute resolution mechanisms as declared in their constitution is atrocious. And the question is, how did that pass muster through your office? How was it accepted as a political party constitution? So, for example, you can look at all those constitutions in their various facets and ask those parties to correct them. You can get the services of Dr. Laibuta here and myself. We can do that for you. The brother from Uganda, judges. Socrates has the 4 ingredients of a good judge. One who listens courteously, who answers wisely, who considers soberly, and decides impartially. These are the parameters to measure any judge. It's certainly a conversation that you as Ugandans will have in terms of the temperament, the intellectual capacity, the selection manner and criteria. That is for you to have. Certainly we are having it in our own country here. So that if we have people, and politicians are always want to stack the deck with their friends, people who will do gatekeeping for them, that you will resist. Certainly myself and Dudley here, we've had duty in terms of various facets of judicial appointment, and we've been correcting things. Dudley was on record for Warsame, I think. He was on record for Warsame. I took over for the judge's appointment case during the 4th regime, where we asked our questions in terms of the manner of appointment of judges. That is what you do as bar members. Because if you leave it to these politicians and their friends in the civil service, you're going to have judges who will just be basically gatekeepers. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll give IBC a chance to close for us, and we'll hand over to our organizers to close the event.
Thank you. Thank you, Luciana. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Silas Njeru and Mr. Martin Washira, so that they can address the 2 questions that have been asked.
Okay, including the question on people with disabilities?
Yes, please.
Fantastic. If you could just have the mic go to them, that would be great.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Silas Kivuti Njero, as has been mentioned. I'll try to talk about the issue of the server that has been raised. First is to define what is the server, as has been asked by one of the people. A server is just a computer that provides services to other computers. As simple as that. It provides services or data to other computers. We all use servers in each and every day of our lives. When you send a message, whether it's a WhatsApp or a text message to somebody, it first goes to a server, and then it is delivered to you, the persons or the recipient. When you send an email, whether Gmail or whichever email system you use, it first goes to a server, and then it is delivered to your inbox. So that's basically what a server does. It provides services or data to other computers, devices. The issue of server has been deliberated a lot over the last, I think, 3 elections, since 2013, 2017, and in the last election, 2022. And there has been